All right, let's get to this. Dropping frames when I switch scenes again. All right, figure that out. Hold on, let me check something. Oh. Huh. There's YouTube chat. Let's see, when Synergy, when I move the mouse back and, whoa. You see that? You see the mouse do that? Switch it back and forth, switch it back and forth. There's a little bit of a jitter there. Halingar says hi. I don't know. I think the network card might be going. Interesting. That was weird. It shot up to like maximum the Ethernet card usage for a second, and then when I put it up, it went back to normal. Whatever. All right, welcome to part 9. It's part 9 of the YAKOGRAD Republic, and it's the utilities part 2. We figured out a little bit with their electrical grids, and we're going to jump into getting the grid set up for our planned 3 times over planned city that we're working on. Okay, where's the mouse? There it is. So I did start working on the plan for the actual city. Pythos, no one moves to Ohio willingly. Stop kidding yourself. What are you doing? Ohio? What are you, crazy? Nobody goes there. It's Ohio. Do not come. Do not. Screw Ohio. Come to Michigan. Yeah, what he said. The Air Force Museum. Yeah, that's pretty cool. I do like that. All right, here we go. You meant to see about working for the USAF Museum. That would be cool, man. All right, so this was the... Okay. This was the design that we had set up for the city. At least part of it. Have you contributed to games besides KSP, mods, and KSA? Not really, May. No. I fear that if it's not spaceflight stuff or space games or something with STEM or cars, then I'm fairly useless. So that's the floor. This is the floor plan that we got for the city design here. I decided to see. I like this, and we're gonna keep this. And I was trying to do like a Soviet planned city, you know, but the real, like, prototypical Soviet planned cities didn't really come until, like, the 70s. But if we go over here, like, let's go look at the Eastern Bloc. We'll, I think we've looked in Lodz before. Like, that's all Soviet block housing right there. Yeah, where else? Give me 1 second. He's obviously making the worker space DLC. I guess the most kind of notorious one would be up here. Like, that's a very planned one. I noticed that it's a lot of straight lines, but it's not grid either. It's a lot of straight lines, but with angles. That's really how that kind of all played out. There's also Slavyuch, which is over here. But then again, it does have, see, this is kind of one of the last Soviet planned cities made. See, it's straight in its grids, but it's not, but it is, but it's not. So this is kind of the design that I want here. That's really what I'm trying to do. There are other planned cities around that we can go to. Slavyuch, the reason why it was one of the last Soviet cities planned is because this city was made for the displaced residents of Pripyat, the one that got all screwed up, the city that I just showed you. For the people that don't know, that's the Chernobyl nuclear power plant. Reactor 4 popped in 1986. April 26, 1986. It didn't end well. It spewed radioactive fallout all over the city next to it, and then they had to abandon it. They displaced like 50,000 people and literally just said, get on a bus. It's not safe here. You'll be back in a couple weeks, and then moved them to another planned city over here. Yeah, good times. Check out Mariupol. Okay. Didn't the roof just get damaged? Yeah, some nincompoop flew something into the new safe confinement, but I don't want to talk about that, guys. If I'm going to look at this part of the world, please, no bullcrap. I've had enough of it. I'm just looking at architecture. Leave me alone. That's the steel mill. Big old steel mill. Yeah, you know, every one of these designs seems to be a little bit different. I don't know what the damn, dude. It's a big plant. It's not there anymore, but it's a big plant. Yeah, see there, you can definitely tell, like, what's Soviet block housing and what isn't, right? Like, you could see that this was there before, this stuff was there before, like, 1917, well, not 1917, but you get the idea. Like, the designs are completely different. I mean, it is very grid-like, but anyway, let's build that out and let's go over here. That's basically what I'm trying to do. I was trying to get that design. It's like kind of grids, but it's kind of not. We could look at Plesetsk. Yeah. But what I was thinking is, you know, to develop our utilities, right? I already have a line coming from Ilios over there. And I put in the provisions for the planned highway and train tracks just so we'd get the line spacing right. And then I connected them here on a switch so we can input power. But what I'm really thinking for the high voltage parts of the grid, I want to redo this. What I'm really thinking we should do is leave a lot of extra space for power lines, because you never know when you're going to need to run another one. Why the 3 kick roads? Space for upgrades? Yes. Planned expansion to basically made... This is 5 wide to remind me that I could expand the road if I needed to. Yeah, God. Yeah. Yeah, that's... Klangbang, that's the one... That's where I went wrong with Baka. With Baka Laka Dakistan. Baka Dakistan. That's where I really went wrong. I packed too much stuff in when I didn't need to. So I'm really trying to space things out here. And electrical seems to... There seems to be not an... no exception with that. I graded a bunch of extra space right here because I wasn't sure how the road depot was going to be. And I'm thinking run the power lines up there and give provisions. Like, here's how much future-proofing I'm talking about here. Provisions for, like, 6 lines. So, like, give enough space to run at least 6 in concurrent. Are we going to do that right off the bat? No. We're not. Oh, there you go, Graham. Yep. Hey, Wolfie, what's going on? So... This thing that I built over here is good, but, I mean, we'll keep it for now. But I think we should put a utility station. The utility station should really, like, the first one with all the switches and provisions. The double switches should be right here. And, yeah, we should send it that way. I was thinking, I think the extra space for intersections as well. Or at least will the city have less cars? It could have more, it could have less, Klangbang. But so, like... In Bakalaka, right, a 3-lane road like this, right, was my quote-unquote highways. What I quickly found is that 3-lane roads, this type of road style, or, at the very least a 2-lane road like this is a boulevard at best. So, my highways, I'm leaving provision for 7 across. 1, because a buffer on each side is a good idea. It's good to have buffers on each side, just in case you need to weasel something in here. But also have room for 4 lanes going in every direction. Now, I know what people are going to say. Well, they're going to be 2 separate roads. Like 4 lanes, what are you talking about, right? You could put frontage and put connectors in like this to allow lane changing in certain spots. Which I think is a good idea. Basically, essentially serving a function of a frontage road. Which I think, once again, I think is smart, and if I'm understanding it right, I'm pretty sure cities traffic will understand. Cities traffic. I'm pretty sure workers traffic will understand this. Sorry, once upon a time, I spent a great deal of time diagnosing and figuring out Cities 1 and Cities 2 traffic. So, what I'm thinking is run the power lines over here, where we have a lot of extra space. Keeping in mind that we also might need extra space and provisions for train tracks here, right? I see under the bridges, I put in spaces for 6 track wide if we needed it, right? I don't envision us needing more than 6 tracks wide, but, now that I said that, probably will, but. So, what I was thinking is run the power harness up here. Give us a lot of space to the tracks. Run it basically across this bridge right here, and then run it this way. And maybe go around the lake and run the main harness. I mean, probably level this hill for gravel and whatnot, right? That's probably what we'll end up doing. Leveling this thing out, and then there are some provisions for gravel here. We'll probably end up using this lake for sewage as well. We'll put our Stalinator over here. Right? But run the power lines this way. And then over here, a decent ways away from the city, I'll have a coal mine and coal power plant, and probably a heating plant as well over here. If we put the heating plant somewhere over here on the other side of the tracks, it should be good to heat pretty much everything from this line over. I found that after about 2 miles, or 2.4 kilometers, excuse me, not 2 miles, which is like 1.5 miles, which would be like 8,000 feet in this game. Or not in this game, with my measuring system. I'm using feet because Screw you. Of course I'm using feet. That should be adequate. You got to remember the heat plant. The heat plant does lose coolant over time, or does lose heat. So the further you are away, right, the less heating, the more thermal transfer happens in the pipe. So the further away from the heat plant, the colder the heating element. Interestingly enough. But yeah, I'm really designing this to leave space. Like, I don't think we're gonna need a 4-lane highway here, but I'm leaving the space just because, dude. You must leave the space. Now, we also talked about what industry these people are going to have. I think a textile industry is good. Textile industry is probably a good idea. And I was thinking, you know, we'll design a bus stop in this design here, right? And, you know, we'll have a bus stop here, and then they'll take the bus over here, and then somewhere in this area over here, we'll put clothing factories and stuff and have people work there. And then people can export. I mean, I actually already have a bus stop over here, but we allocated this area for train distribution, for the train distribution depot. So we'll work in textile, and then at least in the beginning, like, trucks could export. They could export via the roads if we need to. Can you farm chickens? There's no chickens in the game, Don. There is a livestock industry that you can do. And that brings you to the next thing. Over here on the other side of the power line array, I want to put farms all up and down this river here. I want to put farmland, a big farm. Yeah, I think we'll do that. Just farmland along the river makes sense. Usually farms are along bodies of water, particularly fresh water, for irrigation purposes. So we'll probably level this area, and this will be all like just rows of fields, and then a farm will be out here somewhere. I'm a lead farmer, mother trucker. Now, simultaneously, the power plant will be here, and we'll design the provisions in to have the power plant hook up. Right? And then my main wire harness for the city is probably going to cross here somewhere. Maybe here, like next to the ramps. Hey, Frango. 26-month resub. There are fields, endless fields. I didn't believe it, but I had to see it for myself. Anyway, nice. Rango, EJ, thanks for the workers and resources focus these days. I'm working on my first hope at a permanent save right now and learned plenty from you. Thank you. Yeah, no problem, Frango. Yeah, livestock and crops are abstracted. You can't grow certain, like, you can't grow like this kind of crop or this kind of crop. Like, it's just crops. If I had to guess, it's probably corn. Like, if it's analogous to anything, maybe corn or wheat, but who knows? Another thing that we should do is build a road that comes off of here. Basically, the continuation of this road comes here and connects to this, so there's an interchange for cars and trucks to use. The reason why is that if we're initially going to be exporting via truck here, the trucks can just drive here, drive there, and then drive straight to the border. So I think we'll start there. That's where I want to start. Let's go get our profile tool out. We'll have a road. Goes from here. To there. Let's get the RimWorld bugs going here. Someone say corn? Ah, corn is very interesting. What's up, Bernard? How you doing, buddy? The freaking corn hub from yesterday. That was funny. Russian and Ukraine are big on wheat. Yeah, wheat probably is right. Alright, cool. So now what we gotta do is we gotta work on grading the road, but we can basically build the road up until here and then make the slight grade up to the, well, this was originally supposed to be a highway. That's why it's so high. That's why I put it up in the air, but we might actually end up having to do that. Yeah, it should be good. Alright, so here, let's move off of here like this, right? A little bit of a straight piece. Get our radius right. Okay, there. That's good. Now we design, that's the center service road. Let's design the outer roads here like this, right? Now we connect our roads in, and then connect the service road right there. There we go. All right, so now over here, I was thinking probably put a roundabout here. That's probably a good idea. Now, you got to think what this Alpha Kirk road, what is this going to be moving, right? So let's think about this for a second. We have oil over here. There's oil over there, so there's going to be a lot of trucks on this road. Is there going to be a lot of personal vehicles? Probably not. But this road has the potential to see a lot more traffic, so I'm not sure how that a roundabout interchange is going to fare right here. It might be a decent idea to make an overpass here. I mean, it's going to be weird having one overpass right next to another overpass, right? But clearly you love this game. Is there a box it ticks specifically that other games don't? The granularity of this game is what really makes me happy, Cosmic. So first and foremost, workers and resources does not hold your hand. On the highest difficulty, this is an extremely difficult game to play. It's tough. It's a hard game. I like that. I like in this day and age games where you can fail. I don't like games that hold your hand. I myself am not a casual gamer. Like, the casual games don't challenge me at all. Like, we've played them, but I like games that get into nitty gritty and stuff. But also at the same time, I like games where I can use them to teach you guys something. Like, for instance, about road grading. And I was using City Skylines to do that for a long time. This is better than City Skylines. This is a better city builder. Why? Because you can get superbly detailed. Like, I still think that the road building tools in cities are probably a little bit better than this, and then the terrain tools are a little bit better as well. However, this game ticks the boxes because it's complicated, because it's a hard game to play, and it really shows you what you need to do to run a city. Like in City Skylines, if you have a 50,000 person city, that's kind of garden variety. A 50,000 person city and workers is insane. Like on multiple levels. It's absolutely crazy. Cosmic, this game has better electrical logic, better plumbing logic for pipes. You have to put all the stuff in. Your drainage needs to be pitched because it's unpressurized. If you have a sewage discharge, right, and your sewage discharge is higher than the sewage lines, it's not going to work. You can't do it unless you have an elevation pump, in which case now your sewage lines are complicated, right? You have to pitch all your drainage down in this game, or else it doesn't work, and then your sewer tanks clog up. You need municipal services. You need garbage trucks. You need waste trucks. And where is that garbage going? Right? In cities, the garbage truck, you could just dump. I mean, you have the landfills. You dump it in the landfill, right? But in this game, I mean, you could dump it in a landfill. There are landfills in the game. But what happens when that fills up? Right? In this game, you can do recycling, and you can separate the trash from your cities, and you can recycle it. You can have recycling facilities, which is super freaking cool. Like, it's not just here's the waste, you can put it here, or you can send it off the map. Like, I can send it off the map too if I really want to, but that costs money. It costs money to export trash. It's very expensive, just like it is in real life, right? So, dude, there's a whole tree of like separation mechanisms, scrap separations. You can recycle gravel, you can recycle plastics, steel, aluminum is super recyclable in real life. So is steel, very recyclable. They're very reusable. Like, you don't have to mine as much aluminum. We don't mine as much aluminum as we used to because we could just recycle it. That's why they want you to recycle those cans, because aluminum can just be melted down and made into something else. All right? There's waste treatment plants. There's incinerators. You could burn it. Your trash for electricity, right? I don't know if we'll do that. Right? Like, yeah, you turn it into a recreational area. Yeah, Cosmic, this game to city building is what Kerbal is to spaceflight simulators. You can really do whatever you want. You can have scrap yards, you can have junk yards, you can recycle vehicles and stuff. Dude, it's cool. It's a really, really good game. And it's all super difficult. And now, I know it has a communist motif on it, right? And I'm no fan of that, right? But this game is inherently one of the most capitalistic city builders ever devised. There are markets, and you have to buy from the markets. Not only are there markets, but there's two currencies. There's dollars and rubles. I could trade on the dollar if I really want to. We can buy and sell on the dollar, but buying and selling on the dollar might be more expensive, right? You could do, if you guys know economics at all, you can perform arbitrage between currencies if you really know what you're doing and make tons of money that way. Like, there's 1,000 different ways to be successful in this game. What's your third lane on most of these roads? Okay, so Sloth Farms, my boulevards, I keep spaced apart. Now, why do I do that? It's the biggest reason in the initial part, initially, why I did this is because you can build the roads faster. So, all right, say we just wanted to make this, right? And then, we extended the road that way, right? Say the road goes this way, right? And then it goes like this, right? If I wanted to make this, right, they would start paving this segment, right? And then they'd have to start paving this segment over here, right? And you wouldn't be able to do anything over here, right? It's just pave this road, and once that's 100% completed, then you move to the next section. And then pave this road, and once that's 100% complete, you move to the next section. The big reason why I originally started doing 3-lane roads like this is because the center road in this can be used as a service road. Now, look, I make that little connection right there, right? And we make that little connection right there. Now, instead of working on this part first, and then this part second, and then this part third, and then that part fourth, I can work on this segment, this segment, this segment, and this segment all at the same time. You can make roads faster this way because all your trucks just need to be at the start of a road. So if I wanted to pave this road right here, right? And then pave that road right there, and then pave this road right here, and then pave this road right here, the trucks can just drive down the service road, and you could start working on this road, and these roads on top of it. The trucks can use the middle lane. You could start construction on 4 segments at once instead of 1, 2, 3, and 4. Now it's 1, 1, 1, and 1. You could just build all of them all at the same time. You build them faster. And then, when you're done, right, you get rid of the service roads, right? You get rid of them. And then you pave across here, right? And now you have turnarounds for snowplows, right? Or just a turnaround for vehicles. Or you could just get rid of this and you could put a turnaround like, you have space to put a, there's a certain way to do it, but you know, you could have space for, yeah, there we go. That's how you do this. See? Now you could just put turnarounds in on both sides. Like, you know, it won't fit, but you see what I'm saying. It's just, A, it's about you can build the roads faster, and B, you have the space to expand if you need it. That's why I do it. And for the bigger highways, I want 5 lanes of expansion if I ever need it. One of the big problems is, and I played Bakalakadakistan knowing full well that I don't really know. Have you been up since launch? The launch was at 10 X-Wing, but yeah. Sorry, that was a late response on my part. That was 15 minutes ago. Yeah, why I build the highway so wide is because in Bakalaka I didn't. I made everything this 3-lane road, including my highways, and cars immediately jammed up on it. Not having the right intersections engineered for the task, like... And in this regard, we bring in a lot of Cities gameplay. Because the traffic and workers seems to work a lot like City Skylines 1. It's very similar. I will say the pathing logic in this game is a little strange, but... you know, whatever. So, with that being said, I think what I want to do is put a, I think we'll put a roundabout here initially. And then the plus side of this is, and here's another plus for having the road. Say I put a roundabout here. My roundabouts don't obviously have the center road going through. But, if I wanted to, and this intersection ends up being too much, right? Where the service road was, we could put an elevated road, and we could elevate a road over the roundabout. Essentially turning this into, like, on-off ramps. Like, I could run the elevated road through the center, and then connect it on the service lanes. If I need to scale the capacity of an interchange. This entire map, this entire playthrough, the YAKOGRAD Republic, this whole thing is designing with scalability in mind. Now, I know people are looking at this, and if you're an experienced workers player that's you know, plays the game on realistic, you know, with realistic money and everything, you're looking at all this and you're never building this. You're never building this right off the bat. You're absolutely right. I've designed these systems to be scalable. Like, you only need to build a piece of it, and then if you want to, you can expand more and more and more. It's basically like Legos. I can just keep stacking pieces. Like with the depot here. I put in provisions for 2 construction depots. Do you need 2 rail construction depots? Not in the early game, you don't. But I have it, and it's designed. So if I want to scale, we can. And I have 2 train depots over here, right? You know, we got 2 train depots there. Do you need 2 train depots at the start? No, but I'm only going to build 1. In fact, I'm probably going to build that construction depot and that train depot, and then build the minimal amount of tracks that I need for my construction vehicles and trains to get onto my main line. Everything is built like that. All of this is built to scale. like my construction depot. This is a construction depot here. I built in provisions for 10 construction offices. Am I building 10 construction offices right off the bat? Hell no, you're not. Not with that money, you're not. Right? Am I building 2 gigantic warehouses right off the bat? Nope. Probably just 1. It's probably all you need. Open storages? That's not really scalable in this regard, but the open storages should be more than adequate. Do I need 6 lines going into my cargo depot over here? No, I'm only going to make 1. At least initially. And then we built to scale, so we don't get a train traffic jam. Note that my train cargo area is far away from the border, because I don't want a train traffic jam either. Right? This area is depots. This is me. This is where I can, you know, send consists to different places, right? And the railroad construction stuff. Now, I know what people are going to say. What happens if you have your cargo depot up and running and you're trying to build lines? Won't the construction trains get stuck? Well, yeah, that's why I have a main line and then a frontage line right next to it. So that, you know, if the construction vehicles are building the main line, cargo trains can use the frontage line. Same exact principle as building 3 roads. It's the same thing. See what I'm saying? Because planning, yeah, exactly, Julia. Planning too small will really screw you in the long run. Like, it's not great. Now, if you guys wonder how I make really nice roads, I basically just do this. I attach a bunch of roads together, right, where I want the intersection to go and where it's coming from, and then we use the auto grading feature across the board here, which should give me a long enough run to make a really nice smooth road. I always end up, for my grades and stuff, for the hills that I'm making for the roads to go up, I always end up giving them a little bit of extra breathing room, like that. I give them a little bit of wide space, because I find if you do it only 3 times, it's possible that the road doesn't come in right, and it comes in all bumpy and gross. And now this isn't the only thing that we end up having that we're going to need to end up doing here. We need to smooth these lines out. Because bumpy roads, seriously, I'm a firm believer that bumpy roads in this game slow down traffic, and that's not ideal. Okay, so another cool feature you got in this game is the profile tool, right? Check this out. You can see the grades here. And you look, the grade is kind of bumpy there, so... And this, I mean, once again, this is how real roads do it. Like here, I'll show you. That's the start, right there. Look, see? That's not smooth. Even though it looks pretty damn smooth, it's not. Let's get at it with the smoother tool, right? You just do a quick detailed pass with the smoother tool. Look, see? Now that's nice and smooth for cars. There's a little bit of a hump right here, it seems. But we have a nice, this is a 10-foot, you go up a hill 10, you go up 10 feet over 800, which is a very, 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 very small grade. That's not a lot. That's perfect. Almost barely noticeable. Now, last thing you do is build the roads that you want, right? But before we go any further with that, we said we wanted a roundabout here. So let's build a roundabout. Yeah, exactly, Toxic. Yeah, a lot of the build planning stuff is coming from Epcot, I'm not gonna lie to you. Alright, so what's the radius here? The radius of this is about 150. So let's go take our measuring tool again, and we go over here, we measure 150. Okay. And then stretch this to 300 across. Now we know the terrain that we need to level to make a roundabout here. See? All right, get that measuring tool back up. The next thing we need to do is build out a parallel right there. Build out a parallel right there. Then, see, we can't make it, right? Not yet, at least. We gotta make some cuts here. Cuts deep. There we go. Now, connect. We can get rid of that for a second. There we go, just so that interchange doesn't get messed up. So now, along that line, to make the circle, right, you cut that in half, get rid of our straight pieces, get rid of the cut piece, and then there you go. Now, something that I did notice, terrain around here is, yeah, a little flat, or it's down 3 inches on one side. I wouldn't worry about that. All right, so now go here like this. Connect in the road. And temporarily connect that, right? And then add our service road. We don't want a service road through to the roundabout, right? But now we have it. Now over here on this side, pick the center road. Yeah, that's fine. All right, now run the side roads. Run the side roads to there. Right. The reason why I don't run the side roads all the way into the roundabout initially is because if you want to get this kind of, you know, curved shape, you need to leave the space for it like that. See? And then get rid of that. And then dump the service road. Boom. Nice and easy. Now, over here, we do the same thing. Take this, go like that, take this road, run it to there, take this road, run it to there. Same thing. Now, what I'm gonna do here, sometimes it won't let you make the road that you want, so there's a merge function here, so you can merge nodes together. That should give me the spacing that I want right there. Good. Get rid of the center. Boom. Done. Save. Look, now we are perfectly smooth. Nice and smooth. Now, the other thing that we could do here is if we want, right, you have the provisions to put elevated roads here, right? You could put them here if you really want to. And you could make them go over the roundabout, like that. You could make them go over the roundabout on either side, or, like, you know, you could have them here, or when the service road is done, I could put an elevated road right here and have a singular elevated road go over your roundabout. That's planning. That's planning for the future. You know, this is why I built a big right of way for these roads, so I could leave room on either side. If this ends up becoming a superbly busy road, and I have a feeling it will be, at least initially, right? Because the old part of the city right here has 2 ways to get back onto my main highway. This is one, and going over there is the other. And if the border is over here, this intersection is probably going to be seeing a good bit of work. It's going to take a while to build up. Yeah, of course. I'm planning everything, Ando. And once again, I just want to remind everybody, I am building this not for what the city's going to look like in March 1960, not for what it's going to look like in 65 or 70 or 75. This is what it's going to look like in the 80s. Like, I'm building for what I want the city to be in the 80s, right? So, you know, say down the road in March 1980, we pause the game again and we plan this part right here. Or in 1970, we plan this part, and then we plan that part when we have better flats unlocked and better buildings unlocked. Are you going to use the middle as a rail or just for services, cargo transport? The middle could be used for anything, Tup Show. We could put a tram in there. That's a very Soviet thing to do, from what I understand. Putting trams in the center of the roads, of the boulevards. Let's jump around. Let's go look at a different place. Let's look at Voronezh. I'm just picking one. Yeah, see? So check this out. You can see the expansion of the city over time, right? Like this part right here, right? That part, that's been there. That was there pre-Soviet times. Like all this stuff on the river was there pre-Soviet times. And then this right here, Soviet all day. This is all Soviet stuff right here. And then after that, check this out. So this industry over here, right? That doesn't necessarily look Soviet to me, right? This looks a lot more Western style over here, like with the boulevards and the highways. See that? This is post-Soviet over here. Isn't that interesting? I think that's super cool to see, personally. Like, you have pre-Soviet, Soviet times right here, and then post-Soviet over here. That's, you can't get that anywhere else in the world. Like, just three different distinct styles of architecture. Right? But the main boulevards, I think, in Voronezh have trams going through them. I'm pretty sure. That one might just have a footpath. But see this road right here? That is why I'm building 3 lanes. This is why I build 3 lanes. So I could put whatever I need in the center. But I think it looks like there was a tram going through here at one point, but it doesn't look to be the case anymore. Let's see, center walkway. This is why I build 3 lanes, because that's very, once again, on top of being able to build the roads fast, that's a very Soviet thing to do. Now, it's not just a Soviet thing. In the West, you know, in the US, we build a lot of highways. We love highways. That's what we do. We leave room with our highways on purpose. We leave a lot of room between, like, oncoming lanes. Like, you don't see that as much in Europe, but it is there. This is a very modernized one. Like, see, you don't leave room on your highway right there. There's really no place for it to expand. It looks like it's crossing the river right there. There's a roundabout on the glide path for that runway. This is Voronezh in Russia. Ooh, what's going on here? Aggregates. Lots of aggregates. What's this over here? Natural gas. What is it going to? It's going over here somewhere. But see, Cosmic, if you're still out there, dude, I was talking, oh, it's going to, looks like some kind of refinery, fueling area. Cosmic, you know, you were asking me what else makes this game good. When you go to build industrial buildings, it's like playing Factorio. It's not like in cities where you just place like a power plant and you're good to go. You place a power plant down in cities, like an oil power plant, they'll import oil, oil will go directly to it, you're kind of done with it. That's it, right? In this, with your oil power plants, you got to build the tanks for them. You are quite literally industrial engineering stuff. Like, if you have a nuclear power plant, you got to figure out how it's going to cool itself. You need cooling towers, or you need a water intake. When you go to build industry, it's like there are conveyor belts in the game. factory connections. There's conveyor belts. You have conveyor belts, and you have to belt around resources and stuff. So in that regard, this game, it plays like City Skylines, Factorio, and Transport Fever, and quite possibly Captain of Industry, even though I've never played that, all rolled into one game. That's why I love this game. Now, I can get hours and hours and hours and hours and hours and hours of content out of this. Build Buran immediately, though. You're a better man than I would have ended up passing out on the couch. So, X-Wing, I woke up at 6. You know, and you know when you're like awake, you're in that kind of half asleep state where you could fall back asleep, right? And then, you know, once you get up, it's like, I'm up, right? I got to the, I'm up, I gotta get ready. All right, let me check my phone. Let's see if this launch is going. It's at 10:30. I'm already awake. And then I tried to go back to sleep, and then a couple hours later, Breeze alarms went, like an hour later, Breeze alarms went off, and then I forgot to shut my alarms off, and then my alarms went off, and yeah, no, it's been an interesting morning. But, yeah. That's how it be. I don't, like, for what it's worth, dude, like, I was going back to sleep, and I'm like, oh, crap, I forgot to change the title, and I was already, like, halfway asleep. So I changed the title to, like, I don't feel good, I'm going, I'll see you guys later. Like, I don't even remember doing that, but, yeah. I got past that I'm awake point, and then had to try to go back to sleep. It was just, yeah, it was a nightmare. It sucked. Look at that thing. Look at that train harness right there. The freaking train track. I said train harness like it's a wire harness or something. But what's going on over here? Interesting. Probably all the people that need to work in this sucker. Anyway. So no after hours today, if I understood correctly. So Snake, we're going to play Workers, and then I'm going to do Flame Trench, and then we're playing GTA tonight. We're doing GTA racing. Yeah, we got GTA Racing and 5M. Is this Soviet-based because it lends itself to resource restrictions, nostalgia, or is it actually Russian developers? The developers of this game are from Slovakia. Košice, Slovakia, if I'm understanding this right. Which is over here. So yeah, the developers are from here, if I'm remembering. In fact, if you look around Košice, you can see some of the you can see the buildings. Like all these flats are all the different flats that are in Workers and Resources. Seriously. Like the supermarket is here somewhere. The Grand Market that you can make in this game, it's modeled after a building in Košice. I'm not sure where it is though. There's the long flats right there. That building is in Workers, which is pretty freaking cool. There's the hospital. So that's the medical university in game. Yeah, if we go to state infrastructure, medical university, see? It's not exactly the same, but it's heavily inspired from it. These are all buildings from Slovakia. The radio station, or the movie theater is here somewhere. I don't know exactly where it is. I never bothered to look. But yeah, all the buildings from workers are from here. Even the old town buildings, like if you're on a map that has other buildings in it, you guys notice something? Those are the buildings that are in the old town. And then the church is modeled after a church here too. The church that's in game. There's a cathedral somewhere around here. Yeah, there you go. Dong! And then look, the small church that's in this game, there it is. Isn't that cool? Looks like an Orthodox church over there. I remember when I first played Workers, I found all the buildings that I can pinpoint in my capital, other than the Soviet Palace, which is Bazludza. It's amazing. Yeah, it's super cool. So Cosmic, I think they lean into the Soviet thing because Cloverleafs. What the hell is with you guys in those things? I think they lean into the Soviet thing as the stick for the game, because there's a bunch of different city builders out there. Are you just gonna make another city builder? No, let's make a Soviet city builder. It's funny, right? Like that's hilarious, because at the end of the day, Cosmic, every single city builder is centralized. You are the dictator of your city. Even when you're playing City Skylines, I can just demolish a building if I want to. You can't do that in real life. But in order to make a game that doesn't completely suck, that doesn't get you, like if you want to demolish a building in your city, you have to do, if you wanted it to be realistic, you'd have to do mountains of paperwork, right? Like an eminent domain, and then you have to go to the courts, that's abstracted in a city builder because that's not fun gameplay, right? So every city builder is inherently centralized. This game leans into that. It's like, oh, I can demolish building. I do not want population. There you go over here. Oh, you have dissident. Hire secret police. Like, I think that's really, really funny, dude. That's a very interesting way of, like, making a city builder. I think that's pretty cool. Exactly, Little P. You wouldn't play planning, yet deal with the planning department. Exactly. Yeah, Top Show. Exactly. Yeah, there you go. Build the wall, please. Then face the wall. Oh, yeah. Demolishing buildings isn't just bulldoze it. You bulldoze it, and then you have rubble, and you have to deal with the rubble. You have to put it somewhere. If you just bulldoze a building and you leave it there, it starts contaminating other buildings around it. Yeah. Yeah. No joke. Anyway. Yeah, dude, I'm telling you, this game's pretty crazy, dude. Are you going to put tunnels under your main boulevards on the side roads? That could help flow. You need a lot of room metric in this game for a tunnel portal. From what I understand. Can this republic be a recycling powerhouse? I don't see why not. And so that brings me to another thing. I truly think from, all of my failed republics and even my successful ones that there is a win condition for this game. The win so in this game, you can see at the top of the screen, it's March 1960, right? The win condition for this game is to get to the end of the tech tree. The tech tree ends in the 90s because that's when, Soviet republics basically stopped being a thing. The early 90s. The tech tree kind of stops in like 1996, I think was the latest I saw on some of the things, right? My win condition for this is be fully self-sufficient and be a net, not net exporter, but I don't need to import anything. I'm exporting everything. We don't consume, we only produce. I do believe that's it's not a win condition that the developers, it's not a win condition that the developers would tell you about. I think that's the way to play this, because I noticed when we played Bakalakadakistan, I got to like 1992, right? And in 1992, right? So, you know, you stop, what's the right way to say it? You stop, like the tech tree stops, and if you're not producing, like the tech tree with vehicles stops, and if you're not producing the right stuff, right, you'll eventually run out of the right vehicles to import, for instance, right? So, yeah, that, like, I think the win condition in endgame is, getting to the 90s, and then on your import-export stuff, having import of resources be basically nothing and export of resources be everything. Which resources can we extract and export right away? Crude. We can export crude oil, which is good. It's good. That's good in the early game. We can import fabric and export clothing. I'm gonna, in this area right here, I've slated to start up a textile industry. That's kind of the meta for realistic. You start, you know, start by importing fabric and exporting clothes. Win condition, only lose 3 grain silos to fire. Yep. What happened to the last save? Did we run out of time? Creation, Bakalakadakistan could probably survive into probably the 2010s in game. Sure, it'd probably be fine. I stopped playing it and I started this because I was staring at it for too long, dude. I played Bakalakadakistan for 6 months. I started the desert save when the desert maps came out. That was summer of 2024. Just stared at it for too long. We'll build this, and then I'll use what I learned here. I'm thinking, like, if I want to play workers for an extended amount of time, right? We'll play this for a little while, and then what I learned here, we'll take back to Bakalakadakistan and then fix it. And then fix everything, which would be awesome. That would be really fun to watch. So I'm going to center around oil, clothing, and food. Food and, by proxy, alcohol, right? But yeah, that's really what I want. Has it been that long? Yes. We were playing Bakalakadakistan for a long time, dude. I want to see you succeed on a temperate map. Yeah. The desert map is easier to be successful on because there's no snow. There's no snow. And there's no heating. I think I'm good enough to design a system that, you know... I'm good enough to design a system where we can deal with the snow. So this road right here, I want to connect it here, but that just makes anybody going down this road, they're just going to take this road instead of going to the roundabout. We could put some signs on it that says no trucks, cars only. Yeah, I think I'll do that. Just got to remind myself to do it. I also want to see you go faster. Like, I know going slow, but I guess reach further before 1990, like the car factory situation. Exactly. Shaw, that's why I'm planning everything now. I'm planning as much as I possibly can now. Because, yeah, like, I don't want to get to the... That's what I mean about win condition. If you really want to get tooled up and get set, like, by the time 1992 rolls around... You're going to need a car factory like in the 70s or something. Like if you start producing in the 90s, it's too late, right? Like what we saw. It's too late. It's way too late. Right? It's just, yeah, that's just too late. So, that's why we're doing all this planning. Because that's what I'm trying to avoid. Is the ultimate fail state global economy, or is it possible to win? I don't... What do you mean by fail state? Like, you can... If you don't become self-reliant, you'll fail. Your republic's gonna collapse under a mountain of debt, which is basically what happened in real life. Go figure. Does the game end or your deadline self-imposed? Time never runs out. Context. No, you could. People have had republics into the 2100s. Yeah, like the time never runs out. It's the tech tree that runs out. The tech tree stops in 1996. It stops. So I hope you're self-sufficient by then. Because if you're, like, for instance, importing vehicles, heavy vehicles to build stuff, right? And not making them yourself, you got a big problem now. Because there's equipment. Equipment wears out, guys. Trucks have mileage on them. They have wear and tear. You could repair them over time. Like, they do have to be constantly maintained, just like any other mechanical equipment, right? But eventually, once in game, if a vehicle's like 25 years old, it'll break down more, and the repairs on it are more costly, just like a real car. That's how real cars work. Real cars do exactly that. Over time, it becomes more expensive to fix because, you know, parts run out, there's newer models, etc., etc. That tech tree stops in 96. So if you're importing cars, if you're dependent on importing cars like what Bakalakadakistan was, because I didn't get my own domestic car production up fast enough, there's going to be a point where you just can't import any more cars, then all your cars freaking break. And then people can't drive anywhere. So the timeline doesn't end, context. It doesn't end per se. It ends in the same way that Hearts of Iron would soft end. Like, you could play a Hearts of Iron save as long as you want, right? But it really ends when World War II stops, right? I'm overthinking it. I think the goal was to make the USSR not fail. I mean, Cosmic, yeah. Yeah. Not really, no. Like I said, the communist thing is just a veneer. It's just another city builder, dude. Play it like a city builder. That's all. But it's a city builder where you have dependencies. Eventually, you're not going to be able to import equipment anymore. So if you can't import equipment, it's going to get ridiculous to try and repair, you know, 25-year-old equipment or 30 or 40 or 50-year-old equipment. Right? So you have to be self-sufficient. You have to trying to get to self-sufficiency is how you beat this. Like I said, that's not what happened in real life, but yeah, that's the idea. Okay. Yeah, there you go, Top Show. All right, so I've been just designing a little more roads out. I think that's enough area to get at least an initial city up and running. Once again, we're working on utilities here. I'm thinking about how we want to do this. So we're gonna need a water well. Water quality. Well quality is pretty much good anywhere. Alright, that's good to know. Sure, creation. Oh, as approved. Okay. Cool. The bulldozer depot is good. I can extend this road at least to the banks here, and we could start forming this. We could start grading the terrain for farmland here. Okay, so I don't like this. Get rid of that. Get rid of that. Get rid of that. Get rid of the switch area. Get rid of all that. I don't want a substation here. What I do want is to put the substation over here, so that's what we're gonna do. When you still see people dailying Eastern European vehicles from the 70s and they can still get parts, that's something. Yeah, that's what happens when you make a vehicle from the 1970s into the 1990s, Christian, which is basically what Lada or Shugili did for a long time. How are they not crumbling buckets of rust right now? They are. That's the secret. They are. Okay, right here is where I want to put our substation. So what I'm going to do is run a level crossing over the tracks. There we go. That's good. Right? And then we can run it a little bit further right here. Now, my substation for electricity here, once again, we're building it high capacity on purpose. So I wanted to attach it here and I wanted to attach it to the depot because I'm going to have a fire station over there, and you definitely do not want this far away from a fire station. Make sense? So let's extend this road just a little bit more, and then the gate right there. Actually, you know what? I don't want the gate there just yet. I thought of something. So let's take our switches, right? Put the switches down first, and then that will denote where the gate ends up. Why put a gate on it? I don't know. It looks cool. Alright, so let's go into here. Now, we have a couple of different styles. What I'm thinking, guys, and this is just a new idea that I had. Everything was using the Mara wall. That wall. Maybe we should have different facilities use different types of fences so it's easier to, well, I was going to say so it's easier to denote, but it's pretty easy to denote water from sewage and everything because, you know, there's that whole electrical thing and water, plumbing and stuff. So maybe we'll just, not a plank fence, wrought iron. We have a prefab fence. That's just a barbed wire fence. There's a bigger prefab fence. Is fencing even a good idea? It prevents expansion. Knocking down a wall isn't really that big of a deal, though, Force. Yeah, knocking down a wall is no problem. Once again, we also have to take into account that, you know, we could eventually extend the tracks over here. Just gonna place those down. Yeah, knocking down the wall is not a big deal. Dude, that's not an issue.
Listen, Tranquility Base here. The Eagle has landed.
Cantina guy.
My friend here doesn't like you. I don't like you either. You better watch yourself. I have the death sentence on 12 systems.
I'll be careful. You'll be dead. And of course, the other thing is that what you're seeing here is already planned for the expansion. Now, will we ever get to the point where we need more power over here? I highly doubt it. There's just a border connection over there. There's the border connection there, and there's the border connection there. Unless I'm outputting, like, insane amounts of power over here, I highly doubt we're going to need any more. Just in this particular area. But, you know, I'll put it here, and, yeah, we'll kind of go from there. Right, this is what I want my high power substations, or high voltage substations, to look like basically from here on out. But initially, guys, I'm only going to build that. We're only going to build that with a couple of wires out, and that's about it. Like, there's no need to build any more. A chain link fence should be good enough, right? Like, now we're gonna want high voltage lines out of here. Oh, crap. Nope. And then another cool thing that you can do, hang on, I just have to make sure that I get... You wouldn't want power lines getting near each other like that. I said my piece, Baron. I said my piece about what I think about this whole thing, and I really don't want to talk about it. Can you do the first line and then what's blocking it? Can you do the line first? It's the shack that's actually blocking the thing. The thing is, in order to change this, we need to go wider here. But yeah, anyway. Another thing that you can do is, you wouldn't have grass growing around a substation like this. There is decals for gravel, right? There's decals for gravel that you can put down because, yeah, once again, you would not have gravel. You wouldn't have gravel around these things. I think we can actually make this look a little bit cooler. Hold on. And keep in mind, this is decorative. It's just to look nice. I mean, in real life, they put gravel down around these things. They do that on purpose. Because you don't want electricity catching on fire and then setting grass on fire as well. That would not be preferable. There we go. And then obviously I'll pave the road here, or we'll put down a gravel road or something. You can also do decorative asphalt too, but that doesn't do anything. It's just decoration. This will make it so grass doesn't freaking grow on the stupid tracks. Does workers have a tutorial to jump in, fail and learn? I did it by failing and learning, Joe. I think that's what's the most fun. But yeah, there is a story, quote unquote, to play through. There we go. That's on the tracks. See, power lines you don't want power lines too close to each other. Like, I can place these things super close to each other, right? But you really don't want that. I was actually hoping we could spread them out, but... Did you watch Four Nations last night? Yeah! Great game. Really fun to watch. Not happy with the result, but hey, whatever. Just a hockey game. It's just a fun game. Good job. Good job the Canadian team. They played great. And, I mean, Marchand is on the Canadian team. I like him. It's Bruin, so whatever. I object to your claim about power lines and the gravel. I just checked it. I just checked one here on Google Maps. It's grass. I don't know why the hell you'd do that, Tough Show, because if something breaks here and catches on fire, it's going to light the whole power plant, or it's going to light the whole substation on fire. We put gravel down on our transformers. Oh, yeah. That's what we do over here, at least in the U.S., at least where I'm from. Like, I don't know why you'd do that, but... Yeah, what's up, Joe? I was gonna say, I see you're taking the California approach. Yeah, Toxic, yeah, there you go. Kerbals build everything out of top quality explodium. I'm pretty sure every Kerbal, all the metals in Kerbal Panta, I'm pretty sure are magnesium. Because it catches on fire and blows up really, really well. Alright, let's see if we can move this just a little bit over. Because if that one's doing it, no doubt the other one is, because it was symmetrical. There we go. Those are too close. But could we still theoretically run the track? Yep. Once again, this train track that's over here, it's just in case, that's a, like, just in case I need to expand. I just wanted to be sure that I could run it that close to the power lines. And over time, if we need to expand, I'll flatten this area too to have more power harnesses. But honestly, like we don't, like we could build that and call it a day. You really, once again, you really would not run power lines this close to each other in real life, because then the power lines could arc from one to the other. And if you're sending, yeah, it could arc and catch on fire. Use underground for the middle one. Well, here's the thing. KSC, I'm not, or KSC, nice. Kansas City, sorry. Guy from KC. I am only going to build one. We're only going to build one power line right now. That's all we need, at least initially. But we built the provisions for expansion if we need to. So, like, I'm leaving the space for other lines. But I don't really necessarily need... So I'm kind of worried it's not letting me place that. Now the real question is, how do we make the 3 freaking lines go? Yeah, the lines are gonna have to go this way. Why not set the 2 outside towers? Then offset the middle one forward and behind a little. You could. Aren't you too close to the future rails? Yeah, that's part of the reason why with this overpass I'm making the power lines go in a different direction. I can't do that right here because there's lake. I mean, technically I could just fill it in, but I don't want it. The good news, I got back one of my certification. The results were I completed it with honors.
Oh,
Congrats.
this is space. I'm in space.
Oh. Okay, gifted a sub to Creation. There you go. You got a nice present. Now, the other thing is, how far do we want our switching stations? Now, we learned that yeah, we should always be switching. Jeez, that bulldozer is really taking its time. This looks incredible. Thanks, man. Alright, that's good enough. Oops. Well, I hit the wrong button and got myself into a right fine pickle. Deleted the entire power line by accident. I was gonna say, so switching stations, how far should these be apart from each other? Like, this switching station is not equipped with a transformer. Probably should be, huh? So, EJ, what's your favorite F1 livery for this upcoming season? Visa Red Bull has your heart on theirs. Sean, I like Ferrari, man. I'm a Ferrari fanboy, dude. I don't know what you want. I don't know what you want to hear. Even with the god-awful HP logo. I like the red Ferrari, man. Rail yard will need power. No? Yeah, it will. Andrew. Yeah, that's where I'm like, So this got me thinking. Like, I said it myself that I probably don't need 6 high voltage power lines going to the border, especially because you can only connect one there and one there, right? It's a bottleneck either way. That doesn't necessarily mean that I won't need substations like this in the future, but I'm thinking, you know, guy from KC, you said do an underground line. We have 6 slots here, so it actually might be a good idea taking this, right, and making it a transformer, a power transformer for the area. Like, this area is not going to use up a lot of power, so I'm not too incredibly concerned about it. But in other areas, we're going to need to design a different style of substation here. Like, I'd be very surprised if we ever needed, something this crazy. Like a full high voltage connection here. There's going to be no industry down here. It's just railroad construction and stuff. That doesn't need a lot of power. So what I'm going to do... I really want to put the transformer this way. Yeah, I don't see a problem with that. Is there a smaller transformer? No. No, there isn't. You know what? We gotta turn the transformer. It's gotta be pointed in. It's gotta be pointed this way. That would be better. And if that's the case, let's get more of that gravel out. Alright, so now we can have the big lines over here. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to put a high voltage underground line over here. We can have the 2 inputs from the borders there and up to 3 outputs. And then this line can do that. I highly doubt that the rail yard area is going to exceed 12 megawatt capacity. If it does, we could put another transformer over here. If it does, but I highly doubt it will. This is not a high electrical demand area. Even if I put down industry eventually in this empty spot right here, still not a high demand area. We're not exceeding 12 megawatts. I really doubt it. It's not the city or anything, right? Is that a priority switch? No, it's a transformer. I have a regular switch, and it's not a priority switch. Priority switches you got to be careful with because they're directional. Yeah, I don't want to do that here. Because eventually I would like to move to an export model. See, that's the thing, guys. There's really not anything that... Like, there is, but... Am I out of cough drops? I'm out of cough drops. Lovely. Yeah, I want to be able to eventually export power. So, I don't want a priority switch. I don't want it to be directional here. Where on your timeline is steel production? I don't know. I haven't gotten that far. Is the power coming a hydroelectric plant near the water? There's no hydroelectric plants in this game, dude. Imagine if the devs just casually threw hydropower. You'd need to work on water physics if you're gonna do that. That's what made the original, one of the reasons original cities was so damn good. Because the water physics were amazing. The city's developers had an idea of making a really, really nice high fidelity water simulation, but having it operate in slow motion. So not to screw up performance, which once again, that's really, really smart. There we go. Now let's just see what our width is on the right of way for this, just so I know. $360 feet. Cool. With the line spacing at 136 a pop. Cool. And once again, I left plenty of room for other wires here. I raised up the power lines to the road level for this area here, just because if you try to run the power line, you can run power lines over a raised road, but the power lines end up being like 20 feet off the road. The game will let you do that, but that wouldn't be a thing in real life, because once again, your high voltage electricity could arc to a vehicle driving by, and like, once again, you don't have to play this way. I just like doing it because it makes it look a lot cooler and a lot more immersive, and it pays to plan, dudes. Now, there's a reason why I'm only working on the cross lines here. I'm not 100% sure why that one decided to be like that, but... Because, once again, this road could be expanded and I have to plan around that. Now, you know, now that I'm really thinking about it, guys, power lines don't really need to be... I don't really need to grade them. The power lines aren't graded in real life, because it's a wire. You could just build a tower up a hill and connect the towers together. It's really not a big deal. I'll do it this time, but we don't need to do it again. We just need to clear the trees. We come here to see you push digital dirt. Okay. Alright, fine. Have it your way. Yeah, we're dirt maxing. That's right. Superfagger, you get it. You know. Go from back in the day, dude. Basic rating does make it easier to see where the power lines are. Yeah. I mean... Yeah, exactly, dude. It pays to do this just so it's easier to see them. Have been here for 10 plus years. I always love EJ, watching EJ push dirt. Bro, I love grading. In another life, I'd have a dirt hauling business. I'm not even kidding.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
In fact, that's what my uncle did for a long time. My uncle had a fleet of dump trucks and dirt. Just, yep, heavy equipment. Yep, runs in the family. It was a pleasant surprise for me this morning. Definitely less imposter syndrome for a bit. Yeah, man. The other thing I think would be an interesting idea. We don't necessarily need it. Like, I don't think we would ever need to, like, you don't need to do this, but having a service road following your electrical wires. Once again, it's free. We don't really need to, like, there's no downside to doing it, but there's no upside either. Like, we don't even need to connect it in, or just put like a do not enter, no snow plowing or anything like that. But a service road would be there in real life. Once again, since it's free, let's just say it's decorative and call it a day. Like there's no, in real life in power line, like with power lines, you'd be, oh, Starbase Lab crashed. Let's just find a power harness over here. Oh, we're building a new highway over there. Oh, look at you, new highway. Neat. Let's find some power lines. Here we go, here's power lines. See? At least I think there's power lines here. Yeah, see, there's always a little service road with the lines. See what I mean? Now, this one is switchbacks because this is going up a huge hill. But yeah, there's always a service road with them, or at least near. Because, you know, in real life, they had to get a bulldozer or a crane out there and all the parts to make the stupid line, right? So there's always a little bit of a road with them. It doesn't matter where you are. See, now I'm wondering what this is. What is this distinct line over here? I don't see any power lines on this. Can we street view this? Oh, you can. Are there power lines here? No, see, there's nothing. They could be underground. They could be underground lines. Because I saw signs there. They're definitely underground lines. Where does that go? What's the sign say? Wildlife Preserve. See, there's a marker there and there's a marker there. Is this Poland? Slovakia. It almost looks like an old rail. It's much too steep. They're underground lines here. Like, look, see, I don't know if they're used anymore, but there's vents down all over the place here, unless there's an underground subway there. Looks like a good place to get covered in ticks. It looks like that was a power line at some point, and then they put this thing in. Because look, those are like, they're most definitely underground lines. Like, where does it go? Yeah, see? I don't know where it goes, though. Doesn't matter, but... So, another thing to think about, should I put a substation here? For a farm? Because the road's gonna go... That road, I eventually want to go this way. We can have a small road going over here, and we could put the farm HQ here, and then just build fields all the way down. How does one manual build in workers and resources? So, Cascadian, go to a construction office... And then there will be an option here when the construction office is built to auto-detect. If you shut off auto-detect, right, it won't do anything unless you tell it to. There's a caveat to that. It'll auto-detect new construction, but it'll also auto-detect building maintenance. So checking off auto-detect means they're going to do nothing, not even maintaining the buildings. I learned that one the hard way in Bakalakadakistan when half of the buildings in one of my cities started collapsing randomly. Make sure if you check the auto-detect box that you leave reconstruction and machine replacement on, and make sure the distances are set correctly. Because, make sure you do that. The other thing we could do is just split the... You could split the farm's power harness off of this substation over here. There's no limit to transmission distance from lines, from what I can tell. The other thing I just realized is that I want a train junction right here. I built the provisions in for a train junction. A big one. What, in real life, these would be on a foundation? Wait, I do have concrete. Concrete blocks don't disperse correctly. All right, we'll put them on gravel. Yeah, okay, super. This will also kind of inadvertently help us see where the damn power lines are because there'll be dots across the whole thing. I like that. That's actually a cool touch. Now, I said that there was going to be a gigantic railroad junction over here. This is going to be a big junction to send the tracks across to Ilios over there. So, here, we'll do this as far as we possibly can, but let's get the terrain tools out, right? And what I want to do is grade this road, and then we'll start working out the right of way for the train tracks as well. The ones going through your property have all concrete pads. Okay. Yeah. Money. Make it combined. We could, Sneaky. Water lines? Water will be a little bit of different distribution here. I have to get my 5-year-old to watch this working STEM hard. Like, yeah. I don't know if we have the range to grade on the other side. Yes, we do.
Hang on, what height is this at? Oh. Yeah, alright, hold up. Let's just... The excavators will help us. We're not even close.
The road height for the highways is 50 above sea level. See on the profile, it's not good enough. Not yet, at least. There we go. 47. Okay. Take that and start flattening from there. I just want to get it so we can make the bridge so I know where it's going to end up. Hey, Badger. What's going on? Nope, I don't like that. There's another way to do this. Another trick. Make this go over here. Try to get that road as straight as possible. Right? Then connect it. Get that road as straight as possible. Build the secondary roads. Dump that, and now that should give you a perfectly straight road. There you go. Now, that's going to be an expensive bridge to make, dudes. That's going to be a tough one. Yeah. We're not going to do that one necessarily right off the bat. Train bridge is going to be even worse. Okay. Because what I eventually want coming out of Ilios over here, the NATO border, is one of these. I want another highway, a big highway, but that highway is going to go this way. And this road will connect into it with another interchange like this, but over here. And it'll most likely not be a four-way. I'm probably going to engineer a trumpet over here. That's probably what's going to happen. And then the tracks as well. Have you ever played X4 Foundations? Massive update came out. Seems like your type of game. Nope, never played it. Too many flat bridges. Semi-arch is more of YAKOGRAD style. A trumpet interchange? Let me see if I can find one. No. Here's the big highway. It stops. Okay. This is kind of a trumpet interchange, but it's kind of not. A trumpet basically is like half of a clover leaf. It looks like a trumpet if you looked at it from the top. Like there's a horn over here and then it goes straight that way. Like, there's one. Now, that is a little bit of a variation on a trumpet. Like a generic trumpet interchange would have an on-ramp right here and then another one right here. They wouldn't be doing that. Because if you have a ramp here and you have a ramp here, then you don't have to have a lane crossover, which is smart. But I see why they did this way here, because that bridge to that farm is right there, and they couldn't put a lane right here, or else that guy would have no way to get to his house. Yeah, like, see, that's a variation of a trumpet. Like I said, it's like half of a clover leaf. Also, that's a really nice interchange. It had frontage and everything. Frontage for the lanes and stuff. Nice. Very good. Yeah, Pythos, yeah. Better than being scrapped. Yeah, you're not wrong. You could use that so the rail can go alongside the highway without issue. Use what, Sneaky? The interchange you were looking at. Oh. For over here, for that one? Yeah, that's not a bad idea. What I was thinking is the tracks are on the outside here, so I was thinking, you know, have that interchange probably like right here, give or take. We could do that kind of variation trumpet interchange here, but the tracks are going to have to run. How are the tracks going to run? The road is raised up. Tracks are going to need to have to run under, right? And then we could do that double trumpet right here. That's not a bad idea. I just need to give a little bit of a wide berth because I want another main line also going this way, at least initially, right? The reason why is because of that. The iron is over there. So we're gonna not necessarily need a depot like this over there, but we're gonna need something for aggregate iron ore unloading, etc., right? So now I'm working on the right of way for the tracks. We only need to go that far. Let's focus on the task at hand, right? Like we gotta. It's just designing around the power lines. So what I need here is a crossover. Woof. This is going to be difficult. This is where you could frontage exchange. So let me just test this. This needs to go. Then I have to do the same thing over here. So this is where you could get off of the side, the frontage track, and move to the main line. The reason why is because I need to switch for the Y here as well. Oh, this is going to be a busy interchange, man. Yeah, all right. I've decided to mix things up and watch you on YouTube today. Okay. All right, man. I think the road is getting in the way. So just delete parts of the service road for a second. And this is the reason why I wanted to design this, so the power lines play nice. Looks like it's not going to play nice right there. There we go. That's gonna work. Perfect. And now, I know what people are saying, like, well, you just put in, you have provisions for another track here, so what are you gonna do? I don't know. I don't have an answer for that. That's for later EJ to figure out. Yeah, that's later. That's future EJ's job, not mine. I planned enough for an expansion. How that's gonna mess with the junction is not my department. Not my department. Cool. So now our electrical lines are good here. Perfect. You wouldn't have the service road going through a junction here, so we're gonna switch that around right there, and then have that kind of go up here. Once again, we don't need to connect the service road, but cool. All right, make our new bit of wire here. There we go. Start putting down the squares. You know what? I'm wondering if there's an easier way to do this. Can we? Oh, you can't clone decals. Oh, that's a shame. Oh well. Manually placing them is no problem. Man, when this thing all gets all up and running, it's gonna look pretty cool. I didn't even have the idea of putting the decals down here until I did it with the substation back there, and then I'm like, oh man, this is actually a really cool way to do this. Blue Benji, what's up? Hello, I'm currently working on a space shuttle presentation for school and was wondering if there was a specific mission that you recommend I should cover. Look up the Solar Maximum Repair mission from 1984. That's one of my favorite shuttle missions of all time. It was the first time the shuttle rendezvoused with a satellite. And George Nelson, an astronaut, went out with the manned maneuvering unit and tried to wrangle a satellite into the shuttle's payload bay. Really awesome mission. But more importantly, the Solar Maximum mission proved that the Solar Max mission proved that the shuttle could rendezvous and catch satellites with the arm or with an MMU, and it paved the way to the Hubble servicing missions and assembly of stuff like yeah, there was another mission slightly before that where the shuttle grabbed the satellite, they wrangled the satellite, and then they brought the satellite back down from space, fixed it, and then sold the satellite. Like it was one of the first space salvage missions, which is also very freaking cool. Have you seen Roadcraft yet? I've already bought it, Double Nuts. Don't worry. Don't worry. We've already bought that. Yeah. They did work, dude. The early shuttle missions were awesome. Very, very cool stuff. Yeah, so the Solar Maximum mission, I think it was STS-41C, I think, probably not. The naming convention for missions in the 80s was weird. Is the idea of this to make multiple towns, or will this region be one big town? It's a Soviet Republic, not Soviet City. So yeah, you make multiple towns. This is just one planned city of a bunch that I'm gonna need to build across the map. We're gonna need to put one over here, and then I want another one at Telos over here. The reason why I want one at Proverbium over here is because there's oil, coal, and iron all next to each other. So, you know, somebody asked if I'm planning for steel. Yeah, right here would be probably a good spot for that. This is probably where I would want big industry. Steel, car production, plane production, train production, etc., etc. I probably want to put it over here, which means we got to do a lot of designing, but we got a lot of flat land to do it. Telos over here on this kind of peninsula right here, there's oil. There is tons of oil, but it's underwater here. Like, there's a lot. Look. It's a big deposit. Now, it's not the highest quality, but it's a big deposit. It's huge. It goes from basically over there to over here. So, I don't know exactly what we're going to do over here, but yeah, I want a big city over here. And the reason why I've been designing a highway going from Ilios and train tracks going from Ilios this way, right? The reason why we're doing that is because eventually I want a track and a highway to make its way down here and connect into whatever we build over here. Namely the train track. That would be a big one. Hey, Super, what's going on? Did the shuttle bring down an adversary satellite before the USAF walked away from it? I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe. There was... I mean, the Soviets were certainly worried about that enough for them to send two guys up to a destroyed space station to try and fix it. That's what Salyut 7 was all about, so there's definitely merit to it, I guess, if you want to look at it like that. Did they use the new glider with uneven mass in the bay to simulate what it would be like re-entering with that? The shuttle could trim out offset COM with the body flap, Bill. Like, they had a good idea, but yeah, the computers ended up trimming out the body flap to get it to work right on the mission it came down with. Yeah, that's what that body flap is on the back of the shuttle, below the 3 main engines. Like, 3 main engines are like this, the flap that's underneath it. One, it's there to protect the shuttle main engines during re-entry, but 2, it's an articulate surface, and you can use that to trim you could use it to trim positive pitching moment induced by a weird center of gravity. Does that make sense? Basically, if the center of mass is like too far forward or too far back, right? If it's too far back, the shuttle's going to want to nose up. So the body flap trims that out. Simultaneously, the speed brake that's on the shuttle's rudder, that's your trim for a forward center of gravity during re-entry. If your center of gravity is a little too far forward, you can deploy the speed brake, and that moves your center of pressure in line with your center of gravity. So between the speed brake, between your body flap and your speed brake on the top and bottom of the shuttle, it can deal with an offset center of mass. They thought of that because the thing has to fly. I'm telling you, man, that's one of the reasons why I always say, guys, like, the shuttle's insane. It's insane. It's ridiculous for what it is. It is completely bananas. Yeah, you could use the speed brake or the flap to trim one or the other to compensate. Yeah, that, or you could use the control surfaces too. You can use the elevons to compensate as well. Between the elevons, the speed brake, and the body flap, you could pretty much anything you could fit in that payload bay you could bring down for the most part, within reason. Anything up to 12 tons you can bring down pretty much anywhere in the payload bay. Yeah, it has 12-ton down mass capability. The reason why is because, yeah, there are limits to the design, but it's up to 12 tons, and up to 12 tons anywhere in the payload bay. It could be in the front, could be in the back, could be whatever, it could be sideways, it doesn't matter. Yeah, anywhere from the front to the back of the payload bay, 12 tons, it won't screw up the shuttle. Shuttle could still land. Yeah, I'm telling you, man, it's no joke. Shuttle's a beast. It's a freaking beast mode of a vehicle. Like, it's so well thought out, dude. I cannot believe the U.S. aerospace industry crapped that thing out in less than 10 years with the budget of the Gemini program. It's unreal. Like, I can't speak enough good things about the shuttle. It's amazing. It's an amazing machine. How did they secure the payload? The shuttle utilizes something called a longeron pin. A longeron pin. It's a pin and a latch, basically. So, long story short, like, okay, hold on, real quick. Alright, here's the International Space Station, right? Okay, so, the International Space Station, it was built by the Space Shuttle. Look at some of the modules that the shuttle brought up. So that's the Columbus module. What do you see? See those pins right there? 1, 2, can't see the other one because they put something there. 3 and 4. Look at Kibo. 1, 2, 3, 4. And then see right there, there's a pin facing downward. It's facing towards us. The shuttle used longeron pins on the rails of the payload bay. There's basically a latching mechanism. There is 2 types, and the payload bay is configurable. You could move the latches around in the payload bay depending on the size of your payload. Now look at the Japanese experiment module. See? 1, 2, 3, 4. See, those are longeron pins. Those things bolted into the rails. Like if this is the shuttle's payload bay, they bolted onto it like this. And you can move the latches up and down. The orbiter would have to be reconfigured in the shuttle processing facilities, but you could change the position of the latches. There's also 2 types of latches. There's an active latch and a passive latch. Passive latch, it's bolted in, doesn't move. So like the shuttle's docking port that it carried, those are on passive latches. Why? Because it saves you money, and obviously you don't want to deploy your docking port if you're going to the ISS. That would be, you don't want to deploy that payload out of the payload bay, right? And then there's the active latches. The active latches, so those pins are hanging on top of the payload bay, and there's an active latch that looks like kind of like this, and then the latch opens up, and you can pull the thing out. And then just for additional structural support and guidance, there's a pin there's a pin that's going through the bottom of the payload bay. So like if this is the payload bay right here, you have 2 pins up here, and then a single one where my thumbs are connecting. The downward facing pin, which is what that one is right there. See, my mouse cursor's on it. If it's a big enough module, it's going to need that. Now, the downward pins are not configurable. They're spaced every, I don't know, couple of feet down the payload bay. Those are not configurable. That's why the downward pin is like halfway through the Kibo module right there. But if you look at the Destiny module too, Destiny has its downward facing pin. It's right there. See it? But it also has the longeron pins on the side. You look at that's the PMM, the permanent multi-purpose module. It has pins on it. And then on top of the pins, you have grapple points. See these things with the kind of 3 teardrop looking things on them? That's a grapple point for the shuttle's latching end effector for the arm. Note that the arm points are 45 degrees offset from the pin, right? So the pins are going this way, right? And then the grapple points are at 45 degrees pointing in either direction. Why? Well, when the shuttle opened up its payload bay doors, here. When the shuttle opened up its payload bay doors, the robotic arm has to rotate out of the way. This is a really good picture of Discovery here. So check this out. When the payload bay door is shut, if you look, the arm gets latched on these things. These are manipulator positioning latches, right? They're called MPMs, I think, per the shuttle operations manual. So this one holds the arm. That one holds the forearm, and that one holds the proverbial wrist of the shuttle's arm. Now, the space shuttle's remote manipulator system is basically an arm. They call it an arm, like a robotic arm, but the way it moves is exactly like a human's arm. So you have your arm, you have your forearm, and then your wrist. And then the latching end effector is on the end of the wrist, like right here. So any range of movement that your arm has, right, that thing can do, because it moves like a human arm. There's a rotating hinge behind my head right there, and then there's a switch, there's a servo that goes this way that can rotate the arm like this, and then the other hinge can make it go up and down. Now, because when the payload, like if you look where the arm is going right now, if you tried to close the payload bay doors, the manipulator positioning mechanism, right, it'd get in the way. So the arm can actually like rotate inward. So after the arm is attached to the MPM, like if you're stowing the arm, right, you set it on these trays, and these trays have a locking pin that holds the thing in place. There are pins on the bottom of the arm that basically, and they grab it and they hold it in place, and then it also supports it for when the shuttle comes back down, right? So the arm gets latched into position, the pins grab it, the MPMs grab it like this, and then the whole arm rotates inward. It rotates in. Because if it didn't, you wouldn't be able to shut the payload bay doors. You don't want to re-enter with the payload bay doors open. That would be very not smart. So, because the arm when it rotates out at 45 degrees. So the payload bay doors open, the manipulator positioning mechanism, and once again, it's on both sides. The shuttle it had the provision to carry 2 of these things, 2 arms. So, like if you wanted to use one arm to grab a satellite or a space station, they could use the other arm to grab a payload out of the module and now kith. They never did that. What they ended up doing is using the second arm position to carry a proverbial selfie stick for the shuttle. Why did the shuttle need a selfie stick? To inspect the tiles to make sure they didn't break on ascent. That's called the orbiter boom sensor sweeper. Yeah, see there's a grapple point for the arm on the very end, and the shuttle could basically hold it out and take selfies. And it could, hold it behind itself like this and take pictures of the tiles and stuff. So, once again, what does this all have to do with anything? So you note those are 45 degrees offset of the pin. They're 45 degrees offset for a very good reason. Because when the arm rotates, the manipulator positioning mechanism rotates out, it rotates out 45 degrees. So the arm is technically, when you go to grab that's actually the same module. That's that module for what it's worth. It's the same one. But anyway. So when the arm rotates out into position, you're working on a proverbial flat plane here. So it's very easy to get the arm to grab this because, see, the grapple point is lined up with the direction that the arm is bending out from the MPM. That makes sense, dude? I'm telling you, man, this thing's a monster. People don't give it enough credit. They really don't. Even this far out, the thing is insane for what it is. It is a crazy piece of equipment. Like, dude, we can't do this nowadays. We can't do that. You could say, oh, this is Starship. Dude, Starship doesn't have this fleshed out of a system yet. Maybe it will in the future. Nothing like that. That's genius. Whoever designed this thing is ridiculous. Like, the arm is not just like an arm. Like, obviously it moves like our arm, right? It's using an inverse kinematics suite. Now, inverse kinematics basically means that the arm can, like, here, let me use my stapler. So, like, if this is our satellite, right, and you're grabbing your satellite, right, the controls on the arm allow you to do linear movement with rotation joints. That's basically what inverse kinematics is. So I could take my stapler and then move it sideways. Like, see this? I'm moving it straight left to right. Like, I'm not, like, moving it like this or moving it like that. I'm not moving it with my arm, right? I mean, my arm has to readjust, right? But if I want to, I can make my arm move this thing in a straight line. It can do that. It could do that in 1982. That's ridiculous. That is ridiculous for 1982. That's insane. Like, dude, this is cutting edge stuff. Excuse me, I believe you have my stapler. And not only that, you could modulate power between the joints on the systems. They're packed in here on the inside of the shuttle's payload bay is what's called an SPA. It's a servo power amplifier. You could apply more torque to the elbow, the arm, or the wrist, or the latching system. The SPAs, you can modulate power usage to get the most efficient power usage with your arm. So, like, if you grab something and they need to rotate it, right? You're going to rotate it with your wrist like that. You can modulate power to the wrist. I'm telling you, dude, this thing is nuts. It is absurd. Absurd technology for 1981. Dude, this is like 2002 technology in 1981. It's unbelievable how good this thing is. So why wouldn't Starship be unable to do this with modern tech? I never said that it couldn't, Graham. I said it hasn't yet. The Canadians did good work with that damn arm, dude. Dude, it is really, really good. Like, and once again, there's MPMs, there's manipulator positioning mechanisms on the other side. This thing could carry 2 arms. There's provisions on the back panel on the flight deck to be able to switch between arm 1 and 2. And then, get this, if anybody out there is a controls engineer, right, this is not going to sound particularly crazy by modern standards, but in 1970, when they designed this damn thing, it's pretty friggin' good. On top of all that, the arm you can toggle inverse kinematics. Remember what I just told you? Like about how you can make this move? I can make it do linear movements with your arm like this. Like I can go forward and back, right? Right? But all the joints on my arm they only rotate. You can take rotation and you can make it translation, right? Right? The arm has a manual toggle, so you could flip off inverse kinematics and you could operate each joint manually. So if I needed to do a precise maneuver, right, and the inverse kinematics were not allowing me to do it, right, you can override the IK system and you can switch to singular joint movement, right? So, you know, I said like you could only move the wrist, or you could only move the arm, or you could only move this, like with servo power amplifiers, right? You can manually operate each joint, like one at a time. So the arm could do like this, like that, like this, like that. Like you can do one movement at a time, or you could do all the movements at a time. This makes it so the shuttle could basically grab anything. It could grab anything in space, and as long as it was 12 tons, it could fit in the payload bay, and the thing could bring it back down. It's crazy. Crazy technology. And the biggest travesty is that we never did anything good with this except build the ISS. Now, don't get me wrong, the ISS is pretty damn friggin' good. But that's scratching the surface for what this thing could do. Dude, the shuttle you could build transfer vehicles. You know, instead of launching Starship, like one big Starship and then refueling it a bunch of times, the shuttle could build a transfer module like it would build the space station, and then you could send up an upper stage, right? And the shuttle could just marry them together and make a transfer vehicle. You think Starship will ever bring something back down? Yes. Was this STS developed around the same time as the F-14? Yeah, more or less. Why did we never go this far? Because, Graham, the lethargy and the... remember what I was talking about in the last space news the other day? That lethargy, that entropy that happens, that I don't want to take unnecessary risks after Challenger kind of ruined the shuttle. Like, I always tell people that the Apollo program was cut down in its prime. The shuttle didn't even get to its prime. It was getting there, and then they neutered the damn thing. Which sucks. It's infuriating. Yeah. Oh yeah, it's not great. It's very, very frustrating. But whatever. It's in the past. Starship will fix it. It's fine. Starship will right a couple of wrongs. That's part of the reason why I'm such a big Starship fan. The Starship is going to vindicate the shuttle, because even now, up until this point, reusing upper stages, reusing your second stage, which, I mean, the shuttle isn't a reusable second stage. I would say that it's smart reuse for your second stage. Your second stage is basically the external tank, and it jettisons the engines, but the engines are attached to your shuttle, right? Starship will prove that reusability once and for all is the right way to go, because they had it right. That was the smart thing to do with the space shuttle. That was correct. They should have done that. They should have kept going with it, but we got cold feet. We got cold feet with Challenger because we were more worried about what politicians thought of us. NASA was more worried about what politicians thought of them because politicians controlled the purse strings. And then over time, that entity has been invading NASA basically on every freaking level since then. Instead of letting your engineers do engineering things, you know, we let politicians denote what the engineers should be doing, which is fine on a macro level. Like, that's fine. That's fine if you say, hey, I want you to go to the moon. You figure out how to do it. That's fine. Not, I want you to go to the moon, and I want you to use this rocket that has to use these parts, that has to use this type of upper stage, that has to use this type of capsule that's going to launch this many times by this date. No, that's not how you, no, politicians coming up with the architecture has not worked. That's not worked at all in the past. It's a very bad idea. Yeah, Shy, it's nuts. It's absolutely ridiculous. Well, Ponesister, yeah, I'm not trying to start that conversation again, but that's the idea. That's the problem. That's the problem. It's a big problem. The shuttle could have been amazing. It could have been a Falcon. Dude, the shuttle was supposed to be what Falcon 9 is doing right now. That's what the shuttle was supposed to do. Right? Falcon 9, because it's reusable, because it launches so much, right? The cost to launch has gone down and made spaceflight more affordable for other projects, like the transporter missions. That's a good example. The small sat rideshare missions. The shuttle could have done that, and it could have done that better than Falcon could have. We got robbed. We got freaking robbed. It's not okay. All right, anyway, I'm going to get back to building this. IMO that needed a Buran-style automatic flight to be able to test it properly. You could have done it. You could have done without that, King. You didn't have to. You could have done it without it. In fact, they did the first 4 test flights without it. Trust me, once you got over the STS-1 hump, so to speak, they would have been fine. But that didn't happen. I would agree with you that the shuttle needed to be tested more. There's no way that thing is going to be good after 4 test flights. I'll give you an example. So they only flew STS. They only flew it. I'm giving room for 6 tracks here for this bridge, just because. They only flew the shuttle 4 times. They did 4 test flights. One was go up, come down. The next one was go up, come down, and use the arm. The next one was go up, come down, and use the arm again. And the last one was go up, come down, and use the arm to move something around. That's it. That's it. And then they were good. If you're gonna tout a spacecraft to work like an airplane, right? If you want it to work like an airplane, maybe you should, I don't know, test it like an airplane, perhaps? Like that might be beneficial. What airplane is tested 4 times before it gets certified for flight? Not a thing. Nothing. No, airplanes need thousands of flight hours behind them before you even get people anywhere near it. The shuttle should have been doing test flights for like 5 years, just like Falcon did. Same idea. The max. Ooh, spicy. This is going to be the access road for the farm. The farm is not going to be a big road. It's just one is fine. I just made it wide to, do that whole planning in the future thing. The driver was clearly that a single shuttle test flight probably cost a couple $100 million. Yeah, how did that justification about cost turn out? How did that end, Gil? That, you know, I get it, justification about cost, but if you're letting cost drive your space program and you're worried about saving money, you are, first of all, you're in the wrong business. Second of all, if you insist that you're in the right business, doing that is just going to get somebody killed, and that's exactly what happened. Like, don't get me wrong, it's easy to say that with the benefit of hindsight. I understand that, but there were signs. Like, Morton Thiokol, the engineers, saying, don't do this, don't launch it in the cold. It's not supposed to launch in the cold. You shouldn't launch it in the cold. I don't know why you're launching it in the cold. Oh, you launched it in the cold. Whoops. Like, letting cost drive your development or your program, and don't get me wrong, cost needs to play a factor in some way, shape, or form, but letting it drive your program to that extent is just asking for failure. Funny how that works, you know. They said don't launch it in the cold. And they launched it in the cold. And then it didn't work. Because it's not designed to launch in cold weather. That's weird. Weird how that works, isn't it? There we go. In King EJ's land, how many orbiters would you have ordered? Um... 20? Probably not right off the bat. I would have ordered 5 and accepted delivery every couple of years. And that's basically what they were doing, King. That's basically what they wanted to do. 4 would have been good enough to get started. Good enough to be dangerous, you know? Not that kind of dangerous. Big news for Flight 9. Iterative design in blocks. Absolutely. Absolutely. FCC document notes that Starship Flight 9, after the upcoming launch, has the option of ship returning to the launch site for a catch. Although unconfirmed by SpaceX, Flight 9 has the potential of reflying Booster 14 with Ship 35. And both returning to launch site with booster returning to pad A and ship to pad B. Yep. 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 See, Starship's gonna vindicate my shuttle. It's gonna vindicate it because what happened with the shuttle program wasn't the shuttle's fault. It was the program was run by morons. Yeah, you know what? That's not good enough. I gotta hit the grading a little bit more. A lot of trucks are gonna be using this road, at least initially, so we gotta make sure that this grade is good. And yes, it does matter. There we go. Smooth surface. Perfect. Question, would they have to have a pad out for them to catch on Tower B? No, I don't think so. Why? Why would they? NSF report on Flight 9. Yes, 9. It was just linked a second ago, Hellfish. Yeah. Interesting. Okay, so I've decided that we're going to put a switch here at where it says Jalada on here. So I'm gonna switch this for the farm. Farms don't use a lot of power, but having a switch here for just in case, say if the food factory, for instance, winds up over here, I don't think it will, but if it does, there you go. Now, the other thing I was thinking about, guys, is building a Y and a train line for the farm. It is right there. It's probably not the worst idea. I got a small list for pollution. Do you want it? Pollution? I guess. This is coming along good, man. Alright, let's build out. That is not what I wanted to do. Oh. I just deleted the whole line. Okay. If you hit control and left click, it deletes the entire line. And now because I have to do this, I have to make sure that we place every single one of these in the exact same spot, more or less, to where it was. Nice. Okay, that's what I was trying to do. Was the Japanese ISS module transported by the NASA Space Shuttle as well? Yes. Jens, the only modules that were not brought up there by the Space Shuttle was Zarya and Zvezda, which were brought up by Proton rockets, and Piers and Poisk. Well, at this point, Nauka as well, and Prichal. Those were not brought up by the Space Shuttle. Every other module on the space station was, though. Beam was brought up by Falcon 9. Yeah, Falcon and Dragon. Yeah, that would be another exception. Now I'm rifling through my head. Like, is all that right? Is all that information right? I think that's all correct. Pretty sure that's all correct. Yes, I think it's all correct. All right, we're good. Most of it was. This looks like the villages. Villages, communist plan city, villages, communist plan city. Villages. Okay. Sure. There we go. The only thing I'm really worried about here is that this is not near a fire station, but I'm probably going to have a fire station near the farm, and we could put an access road to it, which makes... Okay, yeah, that's fine. Cool. I see it, Violent. Thank you. I have 3 lines coming this way. Which means this high voltage line needs to be run like this. That's not a big deal, I guess. So here's what I'm noticing, dudes. If we're going to have substations like this every once in a while, right? If we're going to do that, the way I designed this is to have, well, you have a tee off, and that leaves 5 connections, right? So if I have a tee off to a transformer right here, that leaves throughput for at least 2 sets of wires. The third one, I don't know. What do you do with that? There's really no need for it. What I'm probably gonna do here, especially since this is kind of our proverbial end of the power grid, the maximum amount that we want going in this direction is a high power line going to Avriu and a high power line going to Ilios, right? That's the maximum that we want, right? So it doesn't really make sense having 3 go this way, nor does it make sense with the power, with the switch logic. Are you not only going to use one of the 3 main lines for the substation? Yeah. I guess I'll just leave an empty spot on the outside here, and we won't run the 3rd line. I'll leave an empty spot there, and we'll leave an open node for redundancy. Redundant to my already redundant lines. Like, this is double redundant here. Because our theoretical max output is 18 watts, 18 watt export over there, and 18 watt export over there. Well, it'd be 15 and 15 because my wires aren't upgraded. These are the 15 megawatt wires, not the 18s that we were testing with. That doesn't make that big of a difference per our testing criteria, but something to take into account. Yeah, I'll leave the outside port open. It's what makes the most sense here. So in that regard, what I have to do is cancel that, cancel that. We don't need a provision for a 3rd line going over here at all. So dump it. We don't need that. I'll leave the blocks there just in case. And then that will connect into there. This leaves our high voltage line here. We can get rid of the underground line. Don't need that because we're going to run it from there to there, which is a lot cleaner and a lot cheaper. That is the open port for expansion, and that's where the 2 lines will be going out. So now what we can do is get our... Okay. Okay, there we go. That's good. Now we gotta put in our gravel here. Cool. Substation 2 is good. Imagine being the only worker that makes this. While holding the destroyer tool, hold shift so you can select an area to destroy it. Works with destroy roads, path, power poles, rail decorative. Doesn't work with bulldoze. Oh, alright. Well, that's good. So what do you guys think of this thus far? Pretty good? The way we're doing this? Once again, I don't really think there's anything particularly bad about switching up the design. It looks perfect? Okay. Like, see, dude, this is the detail that you can get with this game. It's not just place the substation, connect the wires. You have to think about it. That's why I love this. It's more thought out. Oh, good. All right, cool. All right. I've thought about it. The train tracks are here. I'm running a Y to the farm. I'll just put the tracks to there. We're not designing the farm today. I'm trying to stick with utilities. Nor does this right away need to be this crazy. But, alright. So, how is the Y gonna look? Are you going to put food factories at the farm? You know what, Andrew? I'm not sure. The problem with putting the food factory all the way over here is that, look, okay, so you're in the city right here. How do you, say I have a bus line, or say I have a car, like somebody wants to drive to it. How do you get it there? How do they drive there? They're gonna have to go up here to this road right here. They're gonna have to go across all this, and then they're gonna have to go here, and then they're gonna have to go down here to there. If I'm building a track in here, why don't I just go down here, right, and build the food factory here, where it's a lot closer? Just a thought. Looks like EJ started over. You are seeing part 9 of me restarting Obsidian. I know you're not laying out the farm, but that would power into factor and train distro. Yeah, exactly. I think we could just grow crops here and then move the crops to food factories. I think that would be the right move. Do you need to build service roads for the power lines? No, Dons, you don't. But dirt roads are free. One of the few things that's like actually free in this game. So there's no harm in doing it. I think it looks cool. So. Yeah, I was thinking like, you know, we could put the food factory like across the street here, right? And then if we have the food factory across the street, they can load the food into one of these warehouses here. If they load in the food into the warehouses, right? Now we can ship the food to the border. We could ship it to other cities when we go to make that. There's a lot of stuff we could do, you know? And then we could build grain silos, not one big one all at once. That was not smart. We'll build the farm connected to multiple grain silos. I had a bad experience, okay? No, Boone, you can't. I had a bad experience. You still do have a conveyor output at the end of the factory for food. Well, the warehouses could take food. These can take food, but yeah, I could put a dedicated food. Crops. Dedicated drop-off for crops. We could put a grain silo over here. Right? And then have the food factory and the distillery right here. Andrew, I like you. You're alright. You're alright, dude. Yeah, we could put food, the food factory, the distillery. We could put them right next to each other, right here and here. Have enough room for parking lots if we see fit. I know how many parking lots they need, right? From just doing that in Bakalaka. There's plenty of space here for the lots. And I know people are going to say, why are you building lots? Well, I'm not going to build them. But if we ever decide to I want to be self-sufficient, so we're going to be producing cars. And if we're going to be producing cars, kind of makes sense. I am building all these roads out for expansion on purpose. Right? Like, kind of makes sense, dude. Well, there's a fire station. Right there. So they could just drive down the street. Yeah. Yeah, that's a good idea. Starship Flight 8 closure startup on February 26th. Yeah, Luxter, I know. I gotta start making plane tickets, dude. Meat is not needed for the food factory. I don't, you know what? I have no idea how the meat tree works. That's the meat tech tree, not the, you know what I mean. So I'm gonna guess you're gonna need a livestock farm, right? Livestock farm needs to be probably connected to the range, right? Trees of meat. And then you're gonna need a slaughterhouse, right? The livestock farm needs workers. You're gonna have a fire station with a helipad. Not this particular one metric, but over here. Yeah, a fire station with a helicopter pad would probably be a good idea. I left a lot of space to be able to do something like that. But I do want localized fire stations around all the big stuff. Yeah. I had a bad experience. Rebuilding a corn repository or a hub for corn. Yeah. Yes, that's what we're doing. Livestock farm produces a lot of biological waste with high amounts of fertilizer, which is perfect for fields. Donut dots. For Krispy Kreme, Sneaky. Flight 8 is tentatively next week, Alex. I'm gonna have to get going down to Texas, dude. Are you gonna go to Boca for Flight 8? I think so, Jim, yeah. Yeah, the Flight 9 is carrying the potential for a double catch, dudes. So, yeah, you got, yeah. It's gonna be crazy. Okay. Will you cover the launch with NSF or independently? If I'm going to Boca Rem, it's going to be with NSF. I know people want independent coverage. I'll try it as best as I can to do more independent stuff. What do you mean double catch? Flight 9 has the provisions, as suspected, of catching the booster with one tower and catching the ship with the second tower with the other one. Yeah. People will lose their mind watching two catches. It's gonna be pretty special, dude. Then we'll go here. We'll go to trees. There. Cool. Man, we did a lot of work. That was a lot. Still got plenty of time, though. All right, so... I'll tell you what I do, man. Catching two things at the same time, man. Another thing that I'm thinking might not be the worst idea is to make another road that crosses right here, but just a small guy like this, not anything crazy. Making a service road that crosses here, right, you know, have the road basically go down here, curve like this, cross, come back down, you know, go underneath the power lines, and then connect into the farm. But then again, that... Would you hear the sonic boom from the ship in Texas, or would that happen over Mexico? You'd hear it. Rockets, absolutely. I don't know what kind of sonic boom Starship is going to make. Probably 2 from the flaps, front flaps forward, front flaps rear. My brain's so cooked, dude. I need a day off. Front flaps, rear flaps. Did the shuttle have a sonic boom? Yeah, Rockets. You know when people tip bits to the stream, it makes the noise. That's the shuttle sonic boom. Yeah. How many orbits will the ship need to do to be able to return? Sites. I think we did the calculation at like 9 orbits. I think. That I could be pulling that one out of my tail. Dude, I can't even speak straight. "90 minutes per orbit is going to be a while. I don't know how much cross-range capability Starship has. Like the shuttle had those big old wings, right? The shuttle had the big old wings that it could use to like basically steer at high speed to be able to change its trajectory. I don't know how much cross-range Starship has. I don't think it has a lot. The only thing that it has going for it is that it's big. Why not 1 orbit? Like I said, it depends on the cross-range capability, dude. That's a big deal. It can move the flaps. It could have more than the shuttle. If it has cross-range capability... Let me just look. We're gonna have to go back to Koshise in a second. Take into account that the Earth would spin. This is all a very, very, very crazy approximation, guys. Just bear with me. You're not going to get that much... You're not going to need that much cross range for the type of orbit that Starship is doing. So here, let me do it this way. See, even if you're not taking into account the Earth spinning, this would be the next path. And the Earth spins, so it would most likely be up. Yeah, the trajectory for Starship would probably be up here somewhere. If I'm looking at this right. Now, if you wait, like I think we did 9 orbits, if you wait, instead of it, like the equator's down here, if you look, right, at the equator, we're talking about that kind of inclination here. So that's the tilt of this thing's orbit launching out of Boca Chica, right? Give or take. It would probably be a 26-degree inclined orbit out of the box. Okay. So, long story short, one orbit is not going to get you where you need to go. If you waited 24 hours, then one of the orbits will basically do this. One of the orbits will basically do that. And if you waited 12 hours, now maybe a little bit less, another orbit would be like that. Those are its entry pathways right there. If you're waiting for the right amount of time. Which, you guys remember when I said, like, your next orbit is going to come in over here, right? If the next orbit comes in that way, you're going to need... Starship's going to be coming this way, and it's going to need to be able to basically take a huge right-hand turn at the Rio Grande when it crosses it and go south. If you just wait a couple of orbits, 9 orbits, I think, your trajectory will go over one of those X's right there. It'll probably, after 9 orbits, I think it'll go over this one. The one that goes this way. The one that goes from southwest to northeast. Because because of the way the Earth moves and everything, it'll eventually cross back over the launch site over time. Did you hear about the upper stage of a Falcon 9 landing in the Irish Sea? Yes. It's not okay. That needs to not do that. Alright. Is Flight 8 going to attempt to deploy dummy payloads like Flight 7 was supposed to do? I think so. Hey Bob, what's going on, buddy? Good evening. Okay, so we're starting to really get electrical figured out, and I like it. It's good. I'm not going to connect this initially. The reason why is because I think we're going to need... Well, it might be better for the grid to have a power harness that goes this way.
Actually, yeah, let's connect it. With our power plants over here, we're probably going to need to split a harness going this way. And we might need another substation. Because, yeah, if a line's going back over here, I'm going to need to send power over here. There's an iron mine. We have to eventually. And I'd prefer to be able to pull electricity from both borders on the same line. Yeah, okay, cool. We're going to need space. But space we have. So there's gonna need to be another substation here at some point. We don't need to build it now. I'll just put up a fence or something and keep making the road go this way. Let's put another gate shack there. Cool. 9 is slated for orbit and return to land. Is that even realistic now? Starlight, it very much depends on how... it very much depends on how Flight 8 goes. I'll get back to you on that one. Okay, so let's get that figured out. And then service road here. There. Cool. We haven't heard anything about Flight 7. No. I'm gonna go ahead and guess fuel leak again. You know, that seems most logical. And now, in this area right here, we'll plant some spruce trees and acacias. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Cool. So now, farm. I don't know if we should keep leveling the terrain, but... God, I love that.
More dirt. Yeah, I know, chat. Your favorite. Whoa, look out. The dirt's right in front of you. Go. Edgar wants sugar. Level the terrain for the buildings, but leave some for the farmland. This is basically where I want all the farm buildings to be. I want to put farm buildings over here and then farmland all up in here. The terrain doesn't have to be perfect for the farmland. Like, yeah, no, that's fine. We can... do something like that and smooth the rest of this out. Big smooth. There we go. I really like how we can bulldoze dirt to make more dirt. Yeah, you know, if we want to have more spokes, we add more spokes. It's pretty sick, dude. Oh, that's right. I gotta go over here. Nice. Now we just got to do the other side here. How's this looking, dudes? Coming along pretty good? Nice. Excellent. Man, look at all the stuff that we did today. Gravel really ties the room together. Yeah, yeah. Okay, I do believe we're out of range for the bulldozers over here, so that's as far as we can connect the power harness for the main line. All right. Now, water and sewage. I'm really hoping we get the Ship 25 Booster 14 Duo on Flight 9. A ship catch and a reused booster catch is going to be insane. Yeah. Yeah, I agree. If the pipes don't go underneath the road where they belong, you're doing it wrong. You're doing it wrong! That's as far as we can terraform. Oh boy. I might have to unpause the game. Ugh! Because you could see where the range of the terraforming is. I might have to unpause it. That's basically what I'm doing, Sneaky. Yeah. This is sewage pond. Yep, that's what's happening here. And then this hill is getting leveled. Just so you know. What we can do is we could put down farms in the meantime. Guys, refresh my memory. How many fields does it take to, How many fields does it take to... You know what? I don't like that build. Let's use this. Feed a food factory. It's a lot. It's like 56 fields or something.
42 at 100% efficiency. Woof. Oh, 27 to 42 large fields at 100% efficiency. Yikes. And how many do we have here? 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Wait, no. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Not too sharp of a turn. You liar. How you doing today? Are you doing flame trench? Yep. Yeah, I'll be there. Ah. Can he mess with the terrain out here? Nope. I'm just putting the fields down because it's low-hanging fruit. I know what we need to do to make them. Like, built plenty of farms in this game before. Except the livestock stuff. I'm not 100% sure about that, but... So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. You have a plan as to what the sequences you're going to build in. Every structure, everything that I've made that's fleshed out is designed to have a sequence. Yeah.
Yes, Clang Bang. It's designed to have a sequence right out of the start. Yeah, it's all built to be scalable, dude. And even these farm fields, right? Like, we're building out this crazy farm, right? But is the farm going to be tending to all these fields all at once? That's a hell of an investment if I'm going to do that. We could do it. Exporting food is not bad. Food's actually a pretty good commodity to trade on in the early game. 109. We could sell for 109 or sell it for 144 on the dollar. That's not a bad currency to trade on at the beginning of the game. You just have to do it in bulk. You don't do it in bulk, it's not worth it. Because remember, all the gas you need for all the equipment to farm all this stuff, you know, it pushes over time.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Hey, Josh. Did you enjoy the Hearts of Iron playthrough? I played it because you said to. Got to do economies of scale. Right. Yeah? Cool, man.
I know it's not true time yet, but I am so excited that I did not screw this up, that I braved our icy driveway to bring it to you.
You braved the icy driveway to bring me an omelet?
I did.
It doesn't look... Dude, it doesn't look right on stream. Just take my word for it. Alright, let's see, let's see.
Yeah, not bad, right?
Yeah.
With the
Hey,
stuff
Matt.
we had in the kitchen,
Yeah. Easy peasy.
right?
It's good.
I'm so stoked.
Did you flip it like I said?
Yeah,
Did it work?
yeah.
Hell yeah. Fuck. Yeah. I didn't swear. This is great. It's a spinach and cheese
Yeah,
for now.
yeah. There
We're
was
gonna cut up.
the ham was bad.
We're gonna cut up ham and we're gonna put it in later.
I'll leave you to your omelet. I just was like, oh my god, I did it. I didn't screw it up. It's not scrambled eggs. I did it. I'm very excited about it.
It's good.
Right?
You did good.
Yeah. Like I put a bunch of onion seasoning in it because we have onions. And a little bit of garlic and
Yeah, it's tasty. It tastes great.
cool.
Chat says omelets are easy to make.
Shut up, chat.
Shut up, chat. Boom. Get roasted. Thank you, babe.
Yeah, no problem.
All right, I'm gonna whoop this real quick. I'll be right back. Hold on. I need water. I'll be right back.
Chat, don't unpause the game. Eggs in Poland are 2 for $10. Oh, $2 for 10. Okay.
Oh, what the hell happened to this lead? What the hell happened to the last field? Hi, my partner's watching as well. Could you say hi, Carl? Nice watching as well. Would be fun. Looks really good, the place that I made. Hi, Homebella and Carl. Hi. Yeah, it's stream. You can do that. Can't believe you didn't share. She made it for me. She didn't make it for you. Hey, Rowan, what's going on? Mats, how you doing, buddy? Stop yoking around. What a yoke. This is a yoke. Well, I'm not sure I can mess with the terrain out here. Nah, can't. Alright, how many fields do we have? You know what? Screw that one too. I don't want that one either. Okay, so we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41. Now we're talking. Now that's a farm. Now that's how you farm. Do we need 42? Just one more field, bro. Please, bro. Please, just one more. What is your field to farm ratio? I forget. I forgot what it was, Lil B. I haven't... Well, first of all... Oh, no, 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 no. Screwed that up. Click the wrong button. I think... Chad, I don't know. I don't know off the top of my head. I think... I was thinking this could be good for one farm, but I think 2 might be the right move. Doing good. Orbited in the sun for the 32nd time today. Happy birthday, Matt. Happy birthday, dude. "42 is the answer to life and the answer to everything else." That's right. It's 42. Yeah, that's right. That's correct. 60 years since the first spacewalk. All right. Cool. Man, that's how much farmland you need for one food factory. To work, like one food factory working at 100% efficiency. Wow. When that all grows in, though, that's actually going to look super cool. From down here, does it look like farmland? Oh, yes, it does. That definitely looks like a farm road. Anybody from the Midwest here? Yeah, I'd say this looks the part. I'd calculated it as 28 fields for a food factory. People are telling me a nominal range XB70, to be honest with you. They're saying 27 to 42, depending on overall efficiency. It looks like when you lived in Indiana. Yeah, that looks right. Cool. All right, how are we gonna design the farms? Because now we gotta put down the farms to make this thing do. Better to have a surplus to export. Yep. I'm thinking 2 farms might be adequate. But then again, 1 might do it. Does the equipment affect the yield? Yes. It's how fast they can harvest it. Falcon, if you have a combine harvester, so you need combine harvesters to harvest, obviously. You need tractors to sow the field. So you need tractor, combine, and then you need hauling trucks. You need a grain hauling truck. Or just a box truck. Box trucks in the game do grain hauling, right? So, yeah. How fast those can go very much affects a lot of things. That's why I designed this stuff this way. Because if I have my farm, say I have my farm like right here in the center, right? We put the farm right there. They can kind of equally get at all the fields. Because how fast you can do this really makes a difference. I think 1 farm should be good. 1 should be able to get at all this. I'm not sure if 1 can harvest all of this. I can sow We can sow the fields and we can harvest. I'm not sure we can haul everything. We need distribution depots to do that. You need distribution hubs. No need for machinery. Used all the dirty kulaks. Nice try, Stalin. Bring in fertilizer via rail? We absolutely could. No John Deere, please. Okay. So the center would be probably equidistant from all fields. Would probably be like right around here, right around the third line. And careful, we're running out of space. Canadian grain farmer from the cradle kind of know this. You can buy John Deere's in this game. You can buy John Deere combis as well. Astro, you can do that, but I think you can buy Ford tractors too. I don't know. I forget. I know you can buy John Deere's in this. It's just called something different. It's like called like Jeff Moose or something. The new Deere tractors, though, man. Software updates on the tractor. What a joke. It is a joke. Jeff Moose. Yeah, it's not Jeff Moose. It's not John Deere. It's Jeff Moose. Or Jeff Bambi or something. Rob Beaver. Yeah. No, we're not playing Timberborn. So if we put that farm down right there, that's the third line. Now we have to be super careful because once again, we're building throughput from lines. So if we do that, we plan around the power lines being here. Like another power line. That's how that would have to be right there. Okay, so everything to the right of that white line is the space we have to work with here. Okay, so fertilizing the fields is probably a good idea. We could bring in fertilizer with the train, though. But what these things are going to do is they're going to try to drop stuff at the farm. And if they drop stuff at the farm, right, we could belt it to a grain silo. Right? I've played this game before. What's the smallest grain silo we can have? The smallest grain silo we can have with, that's the smallest one. So the grain silos, like everything else, instead of spending all my money on building one gigantic one that has like 100 or 1,000 tons of storage, right? I think it's actually 100,000 tons of storage, right? We'll just build multiple small ones and scale them up and connect them via belts. What? And then, you know, if we need a silo expansion, we could always do that. The symmetry. Nice, isn't it? And we could always weasel another one in over here. How much capacity do these ones have? 6,000. And how much does the one that I've built in the past? Yeah, 108. Or no, 10,040. Okay, I was gonna say that's 108,000. No, it's 10,000. All right. Now, how much material does it take to make that? 2,300 days, 362 tons of concrete, 30 tons of asphalt, 37 tons of gravel, 94 tons of steel. Now, this big boy, 3 times as long, almost 3 times the resources. Should you put the silos near the road like the tank farm? Easier to load, unload. Yeah, I mean, basically M. You could go full hub and spoke to supply the farms. Eh? What do you mean? Okay. Cool. Now with the tracks. Yeah, you can't You can't chain them together. They have to be correct. They have to be connected directly to the farm. However, what we could do eventually, right, is get trucks to pull all the wheat from the fields, and I could tell the trucks to manually load them, and we could just put the silos one after the other. And that case, that would bring us theoretical maximum scale. Like 4 of these is more than the biggest grain silo, and I never ever maxed. I maxed out the biggest grain silo once when I wasn't using it to make food. I've never gotten anywhere near maximums. So, you know, there's 3,000 per, so that's 6,000 per pair, right? So if you had 4 of them, that's 12,000, right? That's already more than a big grain silo, like already way bigger, right? And then if you had 3 rows of these, or 3 sets of 2, you'd have 18,000. 4 sets would be 24,000, and then the trucks from the distribution offices that we're going to build, we could build distro like right here, right? The trucks that we build, we could, yeah, we could scale to easily like 20,000, no problem, but we could do it over time. Also, if one silo burns down, it doesn't screw us financially for 20 years, which is exactly what happened one time. You know, that's cool. Not. Seriously, I put all my money, like, I invested all the money into building the biggest grain silo first one time, and then it burned down. Because I invested all my money into building the big silo first and not a fire station for it. Oops. It screwed me financially for decades in that save. Because I had to subsidize, I had to basically go into debt to stay above water to make up for the fact that I just invested like 80 grand or 100 grand into that grain silo and lost it immediately. It was, not fun. $240 tons of steel down the drain. We almost lost Bakalakadakistan that way, guys. Yeah, it was close. So I almost lost it in the same exact way. I almost had, in the early days of Bakalakadakistan, we almost had a fuel or steel, like 500 tons of steel burned to the ground, and it actually did. And I got lucky. I got so pissed off that I Alt F4'd out of the game, and I didn't even realize that I Alt F4'd out of the game, and I Alt F4'd before it auto-saved. So I rage quitting saved Bakalakadakistan. Yeah, we almost lost it. So the moral of the story, and one of the biggest lessons that I've learned, is build to scale. Don't try to build the biggest thing first. Build something smaller and make it so you can scale to it. Because if you don't, you're not having a good time. Speaking of this, I actually figured out a better way to do this. I don't want to watch that clip. No, I don't want to do any of that. Farm fire station, don't worry. I'm going to incorporate that into the design. I didn't really want this to all end up being at the same height here, but Okay. So what I figured out here with the farm is that if we go to place it and I offset it just a little bit, I can have a design, a train track design that should be favorable for us here. Thought the lesson was Alt F4 saves lives. Yeah. Now, can we... Oh. Well, that makes this easier. Shoot. Okay. Go back to farm. I'll show you why I prefer this way in a second. So one, this gives us a buffer road. So trucks that are loading on this aren't going to interfere with the tractors going down the road. First and foremost. We can connect it every once in a while, but that should be fine. Now, over here... another road, have the road go down here to an extent, right? Use this for the farms, rehub distribution. I don't know how that really applies to farms, but so, now look, this... Yeah, that's not gonna work. All right, now, in the future, take another grain silo, the same exact one,
Oh, it won't let us place it with the railroad tracks there. Okay, hold up. I'm gonna have to make the railroad tracks later. So that means I need to design this whole damn thing out this way, but that's okay. You're not going to use the road cargo station for a more truck unloading spots. No? We don't necessarily need to connect that one, but I'm gonna. I'll just keep that one a dirt road. The rest of these roads can be all gravel. They could be gravel because I'm not gonna plow these roads in the summertime. Why would you plow them? Maybe except for like maybe we'll pave this road or something, but the rest of them just keep it all gravel. It's all gravel. Always has been. We plow fields here, sir. So once again, I can't stress this enough. I am not building this like to scale, or I'm not building all this right away. We're only going to build probably a teeny tiny bit of this, but this makes it so it's scalable. You can build you can build more as you go. Does that make sense? Now, once again, these ones can just be fed by the farm. We're eventually going to need to scale the distribution as we tend to more farms as we ramp up food production. When we switch to distribution offices, the distros can feed these other silos as they see fit. Right? If one fills up, they'll just use another one. Just set unload storage to 100% on every single one of these, and they'll fill all of them up. Now, so a couple of things. First one is my railroad tracks aren't lined up. So check this out. Oh, I didn't take into account max train size. Ah, damn. I didn't take into account the maximum size of trains.
covered hopper, the 50-foot one, which is what we move, or what we move the stuff around in, carries 53 tons. One of these silos can carry, holds 3,000, so it was 3099 divided by 53. That's 58 cars. So we have a 53-foot car, and we can do a 1,500-foot train. So 1,500 divided by 53. 28 cars. Need 1,500 feet of leeway on the load to the track so it doesn't back up on the line. And if it doesn't,
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Not enough. Hey, Bio, 66-month resub. Thank you. It's not enough. These need to go back. And even if it was, so where would it be enough? Basically right there. Oh. Yeah, we have enough. Oh, yeah, no, we're good. Actually, it's the perfect amount of room. Cool. Get rid of that. Get rid of that. Frick those things. I don't want them. I don't want you. I'm worried about trains getting clogged up, guys. That's the problem. Trains are going to get clogged up. Especially if we do distro here. So, watch. So let's measure here. The maximum amount of train we're going to have is a 28-car train, which is 1,500 feet. I think it's 1,480 something or other, right? So if a grain train comes in here, it's going to be that long. And yes, that will clog stuff up. So we're going to right here. We need a track that follows this. Okay. And there's 2 tracks for loading. Right? You need to take into account those the long trains. Right? Gonna take 4 years to fill that train. What? What are you talking about? Hey guys, can you?
Yeah, no, I want to do it this way. That's right. That's the right move. Map looks good. Thank you. Yeah, this is our first area if you want to take a look. That's what I've got thus far. It's all blueprints and stuff, but... Can a single train fill from multiple stations at one time? That was what I was just thinking, Andrew, but no, I don't think so. It might have been a good idea to just put one like down here at the head of it, right? But if we put one down here at the head of this thing, right, that would mean we would need, yeah. No, I don't want to do that. Okay. All right, let's get this done before Flame Trench here. Is the GTA tonight a one-time thing? No, we're gonna probably do it once a month, Dino. That was the plan. So the other thing, Hearts of Iron 4 when? Oh, I don't know. I'll figure something out. You got a few construction distros and fire stations nearby to prevent a surprise visit from Mr. Flam. Yeah, Mr. Flam. Yes, I can deal with Mr. Flam. Mr. Flam! Mr. Flam! Mr. Flam! Hey, I'm excited for some GTA racing. Boogity! Yeah, there you go, man. Alright, get rid of that, get rid of that. What I want... I want us to get rid of those tracks. Cool.
All right, so let's get rid of... I'm gonna waypoint the tracks right here and right here so we can get rid of these. Okay, let me get the road. Get the road out of there. For a second. There we go. Now, this will be, this line right here, this little block piece right here, the tracks will become omnidirectional after this. So, tracks are highly directional here, right? And then the way we set up the signaling is that the train will come in on the track here, right? It'll get to this track, and if we set up a chain signal correctly, he'll pick a line that's open, and he'll go down one of these
Discovery,
four.
go at throttle up.
One of the 4 tracks. And what we can do initially, just have one track. Just pay one track to one depot, and that's it. This way also allows it so I can extend this line this way if I really need to. I don't think I need to because the main line is right there, but we could extend the spur that way if we really want to. Now, over here, that's our bottleneck point. Because that's where the tracks start. Now connect. Connect to there. Now, check this out. What we'll do is just do this again right here. Do it again. And this will be a future expansion. Hey Jack, 65-month resub. Thanks, man. Cool. This game is amazing. It's awesome, dude. This is the factorial parts of the game. Now, we get our measure tool, we get our measuring tool out again, right? Measure from here, 1,500 feet. Right there. That's where the track needs to stop. Right there, do the parallel. here. Same thing over here. Do that parallel right there. Close the measuring tool. Now right here, we just do the same thing. All right. Finish the job off. All the goldies with goldies. Rocket launcher, arrow launcher with flaming poisonous tip heads, our famous net launcher, the always efficient flamethrower, my favorite. And finish the job off, the all-new Ice Cube system. 4 crates delivered right on time now. My four grain silos delivered right on time now, my dear Agnaut. Do you have what I asked for? Sorry. Kind of like warriors that fight for hopeless causes. Tell you what I do like though, killer. Die in the wool killer. Cold-blooded rhetorical, maniacal rhetorical. Now real farmer, when he picked up that grain silo, would have immediately asked about the multiple rail lines headed to the farm. Sorry. All right, that's enough for them to turn around. And now I have multiple belt outputs here. We have belt outputs on this side. If we want more grain silos, check this out.
Oh, this is space. I'm in space.
We can send the line down here and we can do it. Made you chuckle? I'll take it. All right, let me just put the finishing bow on this thing and then we'll go. So, once again, run this track to here. This, I'll be honest, this track, it's highly unlikely that this line will get built right here. But, it might. Who knows? Look at that, baby. Now that's how you feed. Baby. Are you on Flame Trench today? Yes, I gotta go. Something tells me it's going to be spicy. All right. So there we go. And see, I left a bunch of extra space if we ever need to expand. Oh yeah, I gotta redo this road right here. So, and in this area we could put a fire station that's kind of equidistant from all buildings. And we could put distro in this area here. There you go. All right. So, to recap what we've gotten done today. I did the power harnesses. We redid our substation design. I worked on grading all that. We've made the Y here. We made the access road for the farm. We've done crop export. I placed all the fields. We worked on this Alpha-Kirk access road right here. I expanded the city's... I've expanded the road system there a little bit. And yeah, we basically figured out where we want almost everything to go.
We built this bridge over here, or we designed this bridge over here. We designed the road extension across. We planned for the NATO line that's going to be over here. Substations are good. I built in provisions for everything, for another set of power lines and another substation right here. What does this look like on the map? Dang, dude. We did a lot of work today. We still need to do sewage. I still got to do sewage and water, but and finish my electrical. But we're gonna have to do a part 3 to utilities when I unpause the game for a second, get another bulldozer pen up here, and make it so I can start moving around terrain over here. Yeah, we're gonna have to add another one, but that's no big deal. What about the residential and commercial areas? That's over here. I'm probably going to put commercial on the outsides here and then residential on the insides. Picture this like a main drag for this part of the city. But once again, this is more than enough real estate to develop out a really nice plan for right now. This is more than enough. As what I want to do, as long as we're sitting here and planning this, right? So let's look at Koshise, right? This is the town that all the buildings and workers and resources are modeled after, right? Like I'm sure you could see the flats. Those flats right there are definitely in the game. Those are in workers. We built those in Bakalakadakistan, right? So same with those ones, same with that one. That's definitely there. But okay, so here's the thing. If you look, you zoom out, right? There's the old town. That's what Koshise probably looked like in 1917. Well, let's say when it fell to the communists. We'll go with that, right? And then you can clearly see over here communist additions, communist architecture over here. And look, that part, this part right here. Looks kind of similar. And then eventually on the outskirts of the city, you see shopping malls. The reason why they're on the outskirts of the city is because that's after the fall of communism, right? Freaking shopping mall. See? See him over here? So you can see it tells a story. That's what I want this place to be like. We're going to have a part that's going to have older buildings that's going to end up looking, you know, something like this stuff over here, this block housing. Well, you can't make that. That's in the game, but you can't make those. You know, we'll start with the older buildings, and then we'll get, as we unlock newer flats, we'll get newer and newer and newer. So there'll be different parts of the city. So it'll look kind of like this when we're done. See, and then, like, if you get way... I was going to say, if you get way out of the city, you could see, like, housing developments and stuff. That's definitely communist row housing. I don't think that is, though. But what do I know? But yeah, that's the idea. That's what I'm going for. What is that? Oh, dude, no way. Cool stadium. What's that over there? There's an amphitheater. Neat. Yakmene. Also, if you go to Koshise and you look at some of the medical building, like the medical offices, it's the same building as the ones in the game. A lot of these buildings are the exact buildings that are in Workers and Resources because this is where the developers are from. Give us a roundhouse, dang it. Anyway, I don't know why I didn't just pull from there at first, but... Okay, so, great progress.
We'll see how this goes. I'm not sure when the next time I'm going to be playing Workers or any game is, guys. I'll get back to you on that. This is going to sound really stupid coming from me, but if you want to figure out what my schedule is next week, I'll post it on Discord and on X. Yeah, if you want to follow there. The only reason I'm telling you is because if I do end up going to Texas, it's going to be on Sunday or Monday. And if it's one of those days, like, I'm not going to see you guys again until then, you know? So, follow the socials, or just go on Discord. It doesn't cost you anything. And I'll explain what's going on. Because if Starship really is going next week, then yeah, the next time I talk to you on a live stream will be in Texas. That'll be pretty fun. Workers while Starship is launching. Maybe. Yeah, you can't build the old style buildings. That would be cool though. If we're in the same room, I'll set up. We'll set up this. We'll set up the hotel setup. Hey, all right. Look at us. Look at us. Look at us. Who would have thought? Look, we're back. All right. I didn't think I'd be going back this soon, but you can just teleport there. Yeah. Yeah. What's that staying on the bed right there? Jeez. That's weird. Anyway. All right. I'll see you guys in about 15 minutes for the Flame Trench. On the YouTube side of things, I don't double stream Flame Trench, so go over to the NSF channel, NASA Spaceflight, and find the Flame Trench. That is the weekly podcast about space. I have no idea what's going to happen for this one. I haven't looked at what we want to talk about yet, but we will here in a moment. So, on Twitch, just stay here. Still plenty of stream left, dudes. Yeah, let's it's trench. We'll trench. We will be trenching though. YouTube, stand by for loss of signal as expected. Twitch, just chill here for a moment. I'll be back in 15 minutes. Thank you.